in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيجة مبلغ فوت برستيجة مبوت برستيجة مبوت وفريق اليلا اي سبورتس إصابة بتفوت على اللاعب بانتر نوك داون
Welcome everyone back to the final day here in the second Super Weekend of PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. Myself, Alan Wolf, joined by not Zute this time around. It's an imposter, it's Imperium. Where did you come from, man?
I don't know, man. I just thought I'd randomly stroll into some kind of broadcast, and it seemed like a good place to just stick around and lay my nest for the evening, and hopefully get some good action along the way.
Well, laying down as well on the bottom of our screen also is our beautiful Oppo Reno 6 series Imperium with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. You can celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. But it has been exciting, though, from our first 2 days of the Super Weekend Imperium, and I think a lot of shocks between zones, between teams, and upsets galore.
I think the biggest thing when we spoke before broadcast, I checked out a couple of the games, is that the circle shifts were probably the toughest for these teams, and we saw a couple of swings in terms of favoring specific teams because that circle tended to shift in a certain direction. I tend not to automatically say, okay, if you have the circle, you win the game, but I can always recognize if a certain game has those kind of circles, yeah, there's not really much you can do about it.
Not really much they can do, but we're hoping now that it's not the Zute and myself pair that will have some nice zones today for these teams. But to check it all out, we're going to head through to the schedule here, Imperium, as well, because it is, of course, the day of our second Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend there, 3rd, 4th, and 5th of March later next month. It's all in the future towards even the finals there, where we'll decide who will be our top 16 teams heading through into our 3 days of finals. But to break down also the format, we could also see, as we said, it's the top 16 teams, and there's only 3 weeks, 4 days left for these teams in the Super Weekends, which means grand total of 20 matches for anyone who can compete in, of course, our final 5 matches today and the 15 next week. Imperium, we've had, as I said, though, some big surprises, but over the top of all of those surprises, one team impresses me, and it's not Rico Infinity team 100 points ahead. It's actually KAMIKAZE, who have been the new dog, but top of the block.
Really? I don't disagree, but I think they've kind of gone a little bit, okay, I don't want to say backwards, but I think there's a level of kind of flatness to their performance from week one. Not in a bad way, genuinely not in a bad way, because I think they came out of the fence. They swung out of the fences massively in the first Super Weekend. But if you're talking about kind of the team to really impress, I'm looking at NASR Esports, right? Ooh. 10 games, 120 points, 12-point average per game. That's a massive step up to their first Super Weekend, and they've scored a lot of strong points. They've also been, for the most part, very consistent across the 10 games so far. I get what you're saying about KAMIKAZE, but for me, it's all about NASR.
Look, I mean, NASR, also, we've had some surprises even from our new dogs here, though, too, Imperium. When you can, of course, 2 new teams, we have to remember, are in this Super Weekend. We're not having Code 12 or RTG Esports here. It's instead DDD Esports and also the Mind Weapon iKURD. Now, one of those has been pretty darn impressive. 9.8 point average of DDD Esports, Imperium.
It's amazing to see what has happened with DDD and how they've taken, they've taken this opportunity of the second Super Weekend and they've massively put it in their control, they deserve a lot of respect because it's not easy to come into the second Super Weekend, essentially 15 games behind the majority of the teams, and to really pull out the kind of performances they have. It deserves a lot of respect, and I hope they can continue it in towards this day 3. Of course, the main priority for them is that they're able to create as much of a cushion over the teams down below them, and we need to think about the fact that the journey is far from over for them. They need to make it into the third and final Super Weekend, but within this specific 5 games, Triple D, you get as many damn points as you can, guys.
But also, it wasn't just the points they got, it was the prize money too, when they were able to pick up at least a 1 chicken dinner for themselves, and that $1,000 banked for them. Of course, all the money being there inside of the finals. But I think when you talk about money here in Imperium, it really was one surprise, and we mentioned them briefly. Rico and Infinity Esports, $7,000 in wins so far in these Super Weekends. And we still have 4 more days to go. They're already above the second place of finals prize money and heading in towards that first prize so quickly. But to see if they can do it again, it is, of course, our 5 maps, the Erangel sandwich, as I like to call it. We've got the Miramar and the Sanhok with our juicy meat in the salad of the Erangel in the middle.
It is, yes, it's like a club sandwich. That's it. The schedule is like a club sandwich. You have the bread at the start of the day with Erangel. You have the meat of Miramar. You have the bread of Erangel. You have the salad of Sanhok, and then you have bread of Erangel. You put that bad boy together. You put it in the toaster in the grill for about 5 to 6 minutes. You cut that sandwich up, and there you go. You got a tasty day of action ahead. Nice analogy.
It's a slow burner, though, when you had to cook it for 4 hours and all these players. It might end up a bit toasty by the end of all of these 64 players, these 16 teams. But also, you have to keep in mind that talking about these teams, we do have to, unfortunately, say salutations to 4 of them for this Super Weekend. Of course, we mentioned our 2 from the previous, but Headquarter and 4K Esports not playing with us either this Super Weekend. And also, to talk about now, our 18 teams playing in the overall ranking side of things. Imperium, yes, Rico, they're massively ahead, 91 points. KAMIKAZE there in second. And I think also the one team that we are really looking at, that, at least for me, on this first page, Imperium, was Falcons, just making it now into that first page.
Yeah, definitely. I recognize what Falcons have been able to do to improve things. The one team that stands out as well for me, outside of NASR, of course, is YaLLa, up in the 3rd place. They came into the second Super Weekend in 7th on 115 points. So in 10 games, they've been able to grab themselves 99 points. That's literally 9.9 points per game, right? That's nothing to be absolutely sniffed at all. I don't say that in a way that I'm ridiculously impressed with them like I have been with, let's say, KAMIKAZE or even NASR. I say that in a way of, yes, this is the kind of YaLLa performance in the second Super Weekend that I probably expected from them in the first. So I'm giving them credit, but I'm also going to be looking for them to hold that standard across today's games.
I think as well, you had to look at the total points. So Imperium, it's very close, and it has been that way all of yesterday's 5 matches. 24 points there between 2nd and 8th, and it still is very close between the second page where 963 Egypt bumped down alongside Nigma Galaxy from, I believe they were in 3rd, now down to 10th position over these last 2 days.
Yeah, and I'm not really worried about that. And I'm not really worried about the likes of 963, CONQUEROR, Rock per se, any of the teams in the middling side, right? Because I look at this for them as an opportunity to practice and prepare for the league finals. Yes, it's $1,000 per chicken dinner. But if the end goal is that kind of top 3 in the league finals and moving on to the regional finals, for example, I would put that as a bigger priority than a grand or two in the super weekend. So for me, I look at Nigma, I look at 963, I look at even Revolution and CONQUEROR as teams who are able to use these games to practice, prepare, try different strategies, and it doesn't really matter too much if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, but not working out, though, you do have to glance over Imperium at some of our bottom teams. And yes, Triple D may be rising, but with the rise of Triple D, as we said, there's been 3 that have been inconsistent in our first 10 games, and that is being Dunak, Rad, and 1Million. Now, 1Million, particularly Imperium, have had multiple 0-point games so far this Super Weekend, have not really moved in the standings, and now looking at the danger zone of being possibly bumped out even next week if they can't keep this up and change their strategy.
No, they can't. Of course, KURD12 and Mind Weapon, they haven't moved because they simply haven't played the games. You're dead right about 1Million. The path they're going towards, they absolutely need to qualify for the 3rd Super Weekend. Based on previous PMPLs over the past year, basically going through the 2021 season, it's about 180 points, roughly 180 points with 2 super weekends secured is a cutoff point. Right, about 180 points works out as 90 per super weekend. With 1Million on 138, what would really ease my mind, and hopefully would ease theirs coming into the 3rd league week, would be them getting a good 50 to 60 points in today's games. They haven't shown it so far. They're currently lying on an average of 5.52. So today, a big step up from 1Million. They need to feel and play like a $1 million team. Boom.
Look, they've felt like $1 million, so Imperium on Erangel. We've seen them before. They've had those big 10-plus kill games, and now I think it's a confidence side of things. How is their confidence also feeling when it comes to coming in after 10 games of hard losses? And you can say the same there for Rad and Dunak, who also are struggling, and it seems to be this case of Imperium. We've got the same teams heading out on top, with even Triple D there as the additional mix, but on that second page, it's consistently them at the bottom half of those match rankings.
Then I don't know if I put that down to confidence then, right? Because if the likes of 1Million, based on what you said, are able to pull out those 10 elimination games, that doesn't show that that doesn't mean they don't have confidence. To me, that shows they probably have a lack of preparation or a lack of communication 9 times out of 10. When they put it together, you see those good results. And that could be easily said about most teams, but the better teams are going to be able to not only have a stronger level of communication to begin with, that base level of communication, that means it's going to translate into being able to put it together. So for 1Million, I would generally start to question / look at how they're rotating into these games, how they're positioning themselves in these games. I don't look at them as a team of not having confidence if they're able to pull out that odd 10 elimination point game.
Look, when it comes to homework, though, it's hard, of course, with the zones, as we said, being as crazy as they were, but there have been some changes, I think, with Erangel, particularly noting that we're coming across this South Island, and we've seen it yesterday, particularly with Triple D Revolution. My eyes already locked on them on this South Island, because one of their games, and with 1Million there on the South too, also having usually their one player on that South Island to begin with, they've all really struggled to get those placement points jumping back in, being so late into the play area.
Well, yeah, Military Island and Military Base is a really tricky spot of the map to loot in. And in my opinion, it's not the best spot to go. Yes, it tends to have a decent chunk of loot and you can relatively loot it up quickly. But in my opinion, there's very few teams who have successfully been able to play that military drop spot. The most notable, the Affinity from back in PMGC. So Revolution, let's see if they can maybe learn something from the Infinity as Phase 1 has popped up. It's on that very eastern side of the map. A good 20% water, I'd reckon. I'd reckon inside this Phase 1. And with it being a bit of a southern plane path per se, western plane path per se, we do see a cluster of teams on that western side of the circle.
An aftertaste of the first 2 days, perhaps Imperium, but the Stalwart dream is still alive. I'm believing in the Stalwart dream. Where are you hoping it goes?
YaLLa, I want to see YaLLa finish.
Ooh.
I want to start this day hard, hit it where it hurts. A big center, chungus YaLLa finish.
Look, you missed out on yesterday because we had a YaLLa Polyana actual game. We had well, we called it Lost Polyana because we also had a Lost Leones, but we had to have one because I'm there also on the broadcast. And, you know, the 7 Lost Leones zones in a row, that has to come back somewhere.
Well, see, that's the thing. I've heard rumblings that you and Zute are like the dark wizards of this this PMPL Arabia. And I'm hoping that I can be the, per se, white knight, or ginger knight, if you consider having ginger beer. And come in and, hopefully have a little bit of order on the circle shifts and bring a little bit of settlement to these teams and give them a break. It's not helping that I'm asking for YaLLa finishing game 1, but still, I'm hoping it changes throughout the day and becomes a little more settled.
Look, if there can be some order to the chaos that we have seen in the 7 games in a row we saw crazy zones this Super Weekend, I will take it at this point because I just feel bad for the players in these teams, particularly when we see some of the new teams come out with Triple D, the Mind Weapon iKURD. I want to see how they play with that order back in Restore and how they are able to adapt to a zone that they're more used to and maybe comfortability for some of these teams who, as we say, need these points too, that comfortability coming in.
963, looking at the games yesterday and looking at the points they scored, they had a very consistent day yesterday. And when I compare that to other Super Weekend days, it's a big, hopefully continues today, of course. It's a big positive sign on the growth that they're able to show and maybe not losing a player early on, essentially setting themselves up a lot better for the late game in that regard. Yeah, okay, if you bookmark your day with the 0-pointer and 3-pointer, it's not the best thing, but the middle games yesterday for 963 was 17, 11, and 10. And they are currently on a total of 81 points for the Super Weekend. Last Super Weekend, as an example, as a comparison, they got a total across the 15 games of 99 points. So 963 are on target for a more improved Super Weekend, which is definitely good to see.
I also like the adaptations. We can see sort of in the zone, yes, Stalwart beginning to pressure 963 as expected, but the changes here with Falcons on this west or this eastern side zone, should I say, with the YaLLa Polyana taking up already for them, and also Dunak actually being the change here, shooting range in Severny now being up towards Stalwart for them to take hold of, and Rico changing here their drop spot back towards the north side of North Georgia Paul Imperium.
Yeah, North George Paul is something to be seen for Rico Infinity. I appreciate that adaptability based on the playing path. It's not really outside the realms of their pathing through this kind of circle, right? It means they're going to have to take a little bit longer. But on our mini-map, we can see that Prestige is like already heading towards Severny. So there's that little bit of proactivity mixed in with an adaptive drop spot. It's simple things that can help go a long way in PUBG Mobile, and we talk about different play styles, Highland Wolf. We talk about, a team that are naturally more passive, a certain team that are naturally more aggressive. At the end of the day, the meta right now is being able to adapt based on how far away you are from the circle, where a normal drop spot is, where other normal drop spot other teams' normal drop spots are, and being able to use the information that you have and the knowledge as a team you have and change up and switch up your play style. So if you're playing on the edge, you come into kind of phase 4 and you're going to need to start to control your area. If you're going a little bit more center based on the circles shifting towards you, you got to be a little bit more puff up your chest, make some noise, push teams back. Those differences in play styles depend on where you are, and teams have got to be adaptive with it.
Look, I also like the adaptability when it comes to the edge of Revolution, making this rotation to the main Erangel side, and they're not going to even bother with Triple D. We saw, as we said, a zone exactly like this cost Revolution up to phase 4 to get into the play area alongside Triple D. So changing that playstyle as you set up, and not only potentially gatekeeping here is YaLLa in some trouble, too easy to stop here, as I should say, Triple D from crossing that bridge, but also to actually then have that forward path much easier in onto the zone. I like the change here coming through from them.
The Mind Weapon iKURD, so disheartening to see them struggle in the second Super Weekend. In League Week 2, they finished up in 5th place with a total of 76 points. That's an average of 9.5. And in the second Super Weekend, they're only on a total of 44 points, which is an average of 4.4. That's half of the average points per game that Mind Weapon have accrued in this second Super Weekend. I was expecting out of them and Triple D that both qualified for the second Super Weekend. I obviously, as did Zute as well, we expected the Mind Weapon iKURD to come out swinging, to be that kind of strong, aggressive team that they showed in the second league week. I know that this Super Weekend is technically meant to be harder because you're going up against the 16 best teams that qualified. But in some way, it can also be easier because you're playing against the same 15 teams in all of those 15 games. So it allows you to adapt, learn, and progress in a much stronger way.
Look, I also think that when you come towards, I think, the changes in both the Mind Weapon, they have been a very aggressive team, though, Imperium. The most points that they got in that first day was through their elimination points. Again, they were scoring massive elimination points in the second day compared to their placement points, which has been a thing it's lacking. I am also very sorry, though, Imperium, because lacking is a kind zone for these teams as we're heading all the way through to the eastern side, and Lipovka is going to be practically close towards the center of that zone.
Hey, you know what? We're not getting your Stalwart finish, so I think the teams are going to be delighted with that. Highland Wolf. It does, of course, still include the Azaya, bar a tiny bit of the western edge, and this phase 2 has a good kind of 30% water in play. You know, can't even see the water. It's all coastal line. And Dunak have rotated extremely well into the circle, going through Starba, holding on to the northern side. They need to be aware, though, based on that phase 2, that 2 to 3 other teams might look to do that. Right now, Dunak are in no way set up to defend that edge of circle because of the 2-2 split they have. That needs to change really quick. You can see YaLLa, they're going through the northern side of the Azaya. They could, if they thought it was best to do, they could shift a little bit more up north and cover their backs. Rico and Infinity are coming behind them. Like I said, Dunak are not set up for a defense at all right now.
YaLLa beginning to push through past Yazdai Polyana. Also on their way, our Rico Infinity team. No one note dropping just yet in this game as we hit the 10-minute 30 mark. I have a feeling, I have the little spider senses tickling in me, Imperium, that is about to change, especially coming in as that zone closes to phase 3.
KONQUEROR swinging through the fences of the mansion and a hillside or to the south of mansion, and then in between mansion and prison, basically, with Revolution gonna get crashed upon by 963 Highland.
963 already up 1 versus Revolution. Down to player YaLLa, the flank member. 1 the scouts for Revolution already out. But is the information still there for Revolution? Down to 3 players. Keep in mind, there's also the risk of the third party too. Twisted Minds, Rad, KONQUEROR, all are surrounding them. You can see Revolution pinning down with the knock one of Rad to try to stop these extra parties from entering onto the fight.
But you're halfway through phase 2, Revolution. Why aren't you set up in a core position? Right, 963 pushes a squad. They played with purpose around this position, right? Whereas you can quite clearly see, based on Revolution's split, there's far less purpose behind how they're moving. And look, I get it. Maybe they're trying to control a big area of the circle. You know what they say, your eyes are bigger than your belly. In Revolution, your eyes were certainly bigger than your belly. They still have 3 players up. QHD, he's on his own.
Yeah, they're playing the 2-2 split Imperium. Like, the zone is far more towards the eastern end, but it's all the way to that western coastal line. And Revolution, they can't hold that bigger area in QHT as Revolution do in Revolution style. They're trying to find that rotation deeper into the zone. I think he maybe even gets away with this. I mean, Falcons, yes, they're there. Stalwart, although inside of Lipovka, he should get back to his teammate. It's phase 3 closing in. We're hoping, at least for these players anyway, this is going to shift back on away from that coast.
Yeah, QHC was able to disengage away from Revolution, but he walked into the loving arms of Brad as the next circle shifts down south. We're looking at a lumberyard prison finish. This is extremely tricky because you have that that kind of prison hill. There's nearly always a higher elevated position on prison hill. So it's incredibly difficult to fully, and I mean like fully, control that hillside, whether on the east or the western edge. Twisted Minds, in my opinion, once they gather themselves up based on reacting to the circle shift, they have probably the strongest position in the circle.
The mind weapon also trying to control directly inside of the prison, but you can see the rotations all coming out of these teams, realizing that it's all about those hills and about that vantage point that you have inside of the zone, particularly coming from that northern end too, Imperium. The roads and the lower ground going to be a challenge for some of these teams, just like as we mentioned, Revolution coming back into play, trying to defend these points. The road going to act also as a barrier for a lot of those northern teams to make it through.
Stalwart UAE still looking to hold on to the coastline position. It's not a bad place to be. It's pretty well inside this phase 3. It's not too deep down that they're not able to peek up and grab some information. Dunak have a bit of a decent 2-1-1 spread, but I don't think they look in the most comfortable position as of right now.
I'm so confused at what Revolution are doing, Imperium. They're going straight into prison. Later in onto the zone shift in. It's a 2-man team. Yes, they trade 1 for 1, but a trade with a full team of Conqueror behind you won't exist for long. As Rex sends out a nade, the smokes are there to block in Rex from pushing further forward. Rad as well, controlling the higher ground. He's burning and he's chipping away in the health bar. I don't think he's long, really, for this world because there's nowhere for him to go.
A little bit surprised CONQUEROR aren't pushing this more heavily, but they might not be sure how many Revolution players are in that warehouse. We know it's 1. They might think it's 2. Plus, you gotta also recognize the fact that the Mind Weapon iKURD and any other team that's on the hill to the east or the west, both of these teams are really pinched inside this area.
Exactly, and it's Rex trying to switch out, but he can't reload fast enough to his secondary. Is there CONQUEROR? 1 for 1 knock trade, and they'll revive back to the full squad. Is on the edge, though. They are still in a bit of a danger zone. You said that there are going to be teams closing round. I think a slight better chance here, though, for them, considering that it is only 2 teams hedging their bets towards the edge of Prison Hill, is more of these teams all trying to play for the outside, not willing, as you said, to go for those trickiest parts in the center of the zone.
I don't really get why CONQUEROR rack full sent it inside prison, to be honest. I can only put that down to them trying different strategies. But it is what it is. As the next circle shifts on up over to the northwest it goes. NASR Esports hold on to the edge. They have a spread. They have a bit of control. But Falcon are right to the north of them as they hung around Mansion in the previous phase. Now they got to move in.
Zone very empty. A lot of these players on the south side. In prison, it's not only going to be difficult to try and hold, but it's going to be difficult here, should I say, to navigate through Imperium, because you have these extra players who, unless they are making these wider rotations down the south side, you can see 1million trying to go behind the hill of that coast and trying to avoid the teams closer up towards the prison behind that tree line should protect them. But unfortunately for them, they don't realize that Triple D here lie in wait, already taking now another Stalwart down. Stalwart out of the contention of this first match. Controlling, though, that push. 1million, they need to find that win for themselves to get up on these placement points. The other end of things, up towards this northern side, Rico, Infinity Team, and YaLLa. An age-old fight versus even Falcons. 3 veterans of the PMPL up against each other.
We have a GC three-way dance within this phase number 4, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, phase number 4. Rico, Falcon, and YaLLa do have the control of the circle, and they have the control of the dip. They're massively benefiting for the time being the fact that Rico and Falcon are slowing each other down. But if any of these two teams survive as pretty much a majority to a full squad, YaLLa could find themselves in trouble, because unless they third party and they allow that recovery to come through, the dip that YaLLa hold on to, it's good, but it is at massive risk of nades, of being pushed. So there is that little bit of insecurity around YaLLa's spot. Again, in these kind of circles, at this point in the game, it's all about how you use it to your advantage. In YaLLa, they need to be aggressive.
But unfortunately for Rico, we're trying to fish for different angles into the fight, but we just lose SK Ton. Falcons delete him away, and now they've got the edge of that more western side of the fight to open it on to, and Rico, they're left with only a 2, having to retraverse back across that northeastern side. Download into that zone, Imperium. I'm looking more at NASR here as well. NASR with a very wide open space, and you mentioned how good they've been playing. A zone that could potentially be gifted here to them.
And you mentioned it when the circle shifted up after I finished talking. It's very flat on that northern side. It's hilly, high ground on the south, flat, barren land on the north. So it's very kind of volatile on how these teams are trying to deal with 1 million. They're down to just one player. Twisted Minds being able to spread themselves out, controlling onto towards prison. That's a lovely couple of shots from Rokas.
1 million Esports decisively taken out with a pin between multiple of these teams. A later rotation punishing though for them. Dunak not willing to leave prison, won't fall for that same mistake. But Twisted Minds, as you can see, they're not done. They're not out of, quite literally, these woods just yet. KAMIKAZE peeking their heads over the backside. Also, both of them to fight through the mind weapon iKURD.
I get kind of driving around, but if you drive around for too long without any real focus, you give information over. But Twisted Minds, they found their target and they strike. But it's going to be returned extremely quickly, as Dad's going to get a second, as is, should I say, is going to come in and get a second. Like, Twisted Minds, like, what were you doing, right?
Yeah. They looked like they were going into full send. They then held back Imperium, and as a result, KAMIKAZE were able to re-establish themselves in the fight. Rokas is trying to fight for the revive, but he's behind a Jeep. And there, a beautiful nade throw on from Dami with a help on to counter. Yes, he loses his life for it, but he eliminates out the mind weapon. And now also KAMIKAZE breathing away in for Twisted Minds. But it's a spam through from Navo. The clip completely emptied in there. They'll first down Nami as well.
Yes, it just kind of sloppy from Twisted Minds. It wasn't the worst. It just was quite sloppy in the end on towards the members of KAMIKAZE. They opened that door. They said hello to KAMIKAZE with the initial run-over engagement. But after that, it just was a little bit unclean, untempered. The next circle has popped up already. It shifted over to the east. We're looking at a prison finish. When was the last time, Highland Wolf, you saw a prison finish?
Oh, it was a good couple months ago in Imperium, I think. I've seemed to have forgotten really how brutal it was. In CONQUEROR Iraq, you mentioned that they may have made a mistake of settling down here. Well, they bet themselves on taking it own, and they get it. And now they got to hold it, though. They're down low ground. They're deciphering how to take down here Falcons. They look for the nade, they find it. That was a beautiful two-piece there for CONQUEROR Iraq, and now they throw themselves for the final one and grab the triple. And now 6 kills up. It's not quite over yet. NASR now looking for the entrance in, but NASR, they were weakened through by that earlier fight we saw by Nigma Galaxy. Yes, Nigma fell, but Batika, he's the only one alive.
And on the eastern hillside, Dunak are doing a good job as a duo. 5 elimination points. They pick up another one of the Rad players. Now it's just 2 players up for Rad, Muna, and Sadat. Lath, however, is going to go into a 1v1 with Sadat. Wins it up on the hills of prison.
Munir finding the kills, but he needs to look for more. Fishes the grenade out, throws it on in. Batika landed the double, by the way, in the kill feed there onto Conqueror as a solo player. So he's making the work happen in the 1v4, but it's a zone, it's confirmed down into prison. But the hill here also very, very tricky to decide where and which way to go, because the hillside often here in Imperium, we know can be difficult to still get downwards if it shifts back down to the low ground.
Caliga definitely confirmed, so it's going to be a maximum of 3-person team for the members of Conqueror Iraq, and they're given a little bit of help at the hands of Twisted Minds, taking down the final player of NASR Esports. The Mind Weapon iKURD, are their favors being turned around based on this circle shift? They have the western hillside locked in, but Twisted Minds, they're already inside the circle at the very top of Prison Hill.
Still, Phase 6 beginning its closure through. Mind Weapon iKURD settling themselves on the hill more towards the western side. See an opening, they grab it. Conqueror Iraq still holding. As you said, their help through for Twisted Minds gives them a bit of breathing room. Gets the players back up, but a moment of silence here is I don't think anyone's really willing to move here. Yes, a nade, fish here and there to poke from each of these teams, but Imperium is a quiet settle into Phase 7.
Yeah, that still standing tall as a duo, but 0 elimination points means they really need to grab the best of this game in the palm of their hands. Do not make it down the hill into the yellow building looking for the last player, Vrad.
Munir, he's there on the staircase. Sawi finds him. Bit of a surprise, but he hunts down 1-for-1. Can Munir find the molly? No, it's not quick enough. But now, under the chase, life cut off as they look back again to exit out. Not willing to make the push too hasty, but Munir jumps down, tries to do a cheap run away. It's bound a backdoor exit. Conqueror Iraq trying to shoot through the windows, upset to fight, but Munir is still alive. He's dodging, diving. He finds a Sally, eliminates the down to 1v2. He gets back indoors, and Dunak eliminated.
Was that a two-piece from Munir, or was that a cheeky third party from Conqueror? I just couldn't quite hold on to that, to be honest, but great kind of solo play from Munir. He played him like an absolute fiddle, as it's Rio with a 10,000 IQ nade, a Kobe level nade in through the warehouse, gets a knock on the Human.
He's looking for the next. Saif, you better watch out. Oh, if only it would bounce back onto Saif. He's got a molly as well, but at least he's going to confirm one. No way. Humam gets revived with his own closing in. Conqueror still controlling the absolute edge of that 4-stack. But it's all down towards the south hillside, and it's Twisted Minds here still controlling the dip, controlling that small ridge that they have here. The protection, but also the information that they're grabbing.
The Mind Weapon iKURD technically should be able to know what to do in this situation, because they've been on this western hillside for quite a while. Their reaction, not necessarily should be quicker, but it should be overall more coordinated. They initially had a 2-1 split with 2 on the lower part of the hill, 1 on the higher part of the hill. They've now switched that up. That takes time, and it probably shows just a lack of kind of planning in preparation for this next circle shift.
Still, it's a difficult zone. No, they're replanning back, as you said, to the top of the hill, centralizing back up, looking to take it over here, Twisted Minds, but they're very hesitant. You can see they're worried about these third parties from below. If they do peek over, Nado gonna find almost Osama, ticks down to almost no HP whatsoever. Is back they go, knocks him against it. So you got to be careful. You got to get a void. Phase 7 still closing on in, and the Mind Weapon looking to out-rotate here, but a nade wasn't booked correctly. Too much time in the hand, and now the triple may be gone as Roke is trying to find a shot, but I think they're out of nades, and now the descent down into the pit of players as Roke is can't even survive. So peak from Grozer is too good, and Conqueror defending is the Mind Weapon. Look to drive on in, but it's a beautiful triple knock here through from Grozer, but it's Powerful who looks to take it, but Rev is too quick on the mark.
Oh my god, the Mind Weapon iKURD. It's all gone horribly wrong as Nabo is the last player standing. Luckily for him, Twisted Minds got slowed down off the back of the initial knock from one of the Conqueror Rack players. Now the Mind Weapon iKURD. They're out of here. Top 4 left standing.
YaLLa still inside the warehouse, but it's still again gone to Conqueror. We need to rotate their way down. Twisted Minds are up above. My eyes, though, are on that solo player, the Edge of Munir here, Imperium. That 2v1 who's brought his team so many placement points down to the final 4.
We just appreciate the fact that we're getting an absolute prison finish. Like, inside the prison circle finish. Like, this is goddamn, like... Oh, this is goddamn wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
He's cooking.
Conqueror with 11 eliminations. It's been a hell of a game from them.
Rosa has the molly against him. He's getting a little bit spicy himself, but a little bit hot. Miramar's later, my friend. Still on Erangel. Twisted Minds. Looking again for a way down. Perched against the cliff. Like eagles. Trying to eagle-eye down. YaLLa. They find one. They find 2. Silence themselves at least. Finn to a 4th position. Finish for YaLLa 3rd for Twisted Minds. They're looking down here to Munir, but he grabs himself to 2nd place with the help of Conqueror. But it's all over. Conqueror in finish. Yeah. Absolutely mega. Yeah. Game, though, through from Conqueror Imperium. They were able not only to secure the prison finish in that chicken dinner, but so many points. And with that leaderboard so close, they're already up high in after that first game.
Look, all I'll say is Conqueror players, go out, buy yourself some lottery tickets. Because you couldn't have asked for like the biggest circle look. You couldn't have asked for any better circle look. Committing yourself to prison in earliest phase 2 is realistically, by all accounts, a ridiculously poor decision. I will genuinely say that. But they got the look, and they got more look. And to give them credit, and it's something that I've observed with them in the past, when Conqueror Rack engage on a team, on a fight, they are one of the quickest teams to finish that fight out.
Yes.
One of the quickest. Like, they will execute that win as quickly as possible. And it's so clean to see. And they did that for multiple engagements. And that always was and did make it easier for them in the late stages of the game. They gave very few teams little chance of surviving inside prison.
And it's a positioning as well through. It was almost pinned to perfect through from Groza, from Reva. You saw the nades onto Triple D with the angles that we were getting. You saw the little bit of peak that they could get over the cliff side. And that's those extra positions that got them that win to Imperium over their Twisted Minds, still doing work with the 9 elimination points. But Rad, you have to notice that 2nd position, bringing them so much higher than they would have been versus Dunak.
It was a great game overall from Twisted Minds. I already highlighted the sloppiness, but as a duo, the 2 players were able to pull out something pretty big on top of Prison Hill. The Mind Weapon iKURD, 8 points is not bad, but you saw the hesitation. You saw the insecurity around them wanting to push Twisted Minds. And then when push came to shove and the blue zone was closing in, they made a desperate attempt to push down the side of Prison Hill, and their vehicle got blown up. Honestly, that is just really a sign of poor leadership skills in that moment. In that moment. Panic play big time. They had a good 20 to 30 seconds to decide what they wanted to do. That should have been executed, either a push on the Twisted Minds or a push down the side of Prison Hill within 10 seconds of that circle popping up, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can see them as well. They're trying to drive up towards Twisted Minds. They were trying to drive in behind a tree line. They had multiple different ideas, but often one idea at a time is better. Falcons as well bring it up to that 8th position on the bottom of our first half of the leaderboard. You look vote towards that other end, though, and again, my concern still with 2 of these teams. In one, 1Million Esports, but also the other here, Nigma Galaxy to Imperium.
Well, why? What? I've got to ask. Why are you so concerned about Nigma Galaxy?
Look, I
Why?
mean, my concern,
Why?
right, is about their consistency. Because, yes, it can be practice. Okay, they can look for the points. Yes, they may have enough already to qualify for those finals, but they are struggling this much,
So?
Imperium, versus these 16 teams, or these other 15 teams, just in a Super Weekend.
Answer me this. Where did Nova finish in the PMGC East?
True. 16th, I know. And then we also had Nigma.
Yeah.
They got third, though,
doesn't matter.
in the PMGC.
It doesn't matter.
You know?
But it doesn't matter where they finish in league stage. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
In terms of these Super Weekends, I understand the logic, but as I said, and I've said it to Zute, I've said it before, they deserve to be given that Nova level of patience. They deserve to be given that Nova level of they know what they're doing. Let's leave them to it. Yes, we can maybe question some elements, but as a whole, we shouldn't really be worrying about it.
I'll give them the credit when they can at least pull off one game that's good in a day of gameplay. 5 matches, I expect to see them at least get one good result, not bottom finishes for 5 in a row, if they're that good as you say they are. The other, though, being 1 million. Now, they are the concern, really, for this first match, not having a great game. Again, how close are they now getting towards the bottom of those standings? And can they ever find a good game? Erangel really was their only hope. And from what we saw, the light in which they played those aggressive games on Erangel on Super Weekend 1, it just seems lost. It seems like we've fallen into darkness now for 1 million.
Yeah, and that means it's potentially easier for the likes of RTG, KURD 12, of course, even the Mind Weapon, to knock on their door and say, hey, you know, get back at the end of the queue, right? We're gonna shoot above you. There's a lot of worry as well for me with 1 million esports. I fully echo that sentiment. Yeah, okay, they can definitely qualify for the third Super Weekend, but even based on their current average points per game and their current playstyle, I couldn't even see them getting through to the league finals. Yeah. Even if they qualified for the third Super Weekend. Maybe that sounds a little bit too harsh, but sometimes that kind of thing needs to be said for teams to realize, we're heading down a dark path.
Yeah, and also I think that path getting even darker, considering that we had that big game through from Rad. We had Dunak also getting those points. So the separation there to Imperium, it almost feels like it's double trouble there when you also are not getting the points, but also those also above you are widening that gap even more above you. Heading though now, when you look to the rest of those teams, I think also slight concerns when it comes to generally in this match, the positioning out of some of these players and some of these teams overall, Imperium.
In that game 1, I don't give too much discredit to teams' positionings because I did say it was quite volatile when it includes a Prison Hill side. Dunak to me was probably the team that lost the most, because they didn't do bad in the later stages of the game, but they lost 2 players early on based on what I highlighted when they were hanging around Stalwart UAE's area, right on the eastern coastline. I said they didn't look comfortable. About 15 seconds later, they lost 2 players. And, you know, it's just a shame because I think if they had kept themselves up as a full squad and been in a more comfortable position in the early game, they would have possibly have even won the game. And I'd say that properly. They could have won the game.
Yeah, I think when I talk about positioning, I think the one big thing for me was, yes, Twisted Minds we saw here. Revolution also springs me to mind too in this game in their pro positioning earlier on, right? You saw that 2-2 split. It didn't work out for me. Very aggressive play on to Prison into what was a disastrous 2 versus 4 versus Conqueror. And Conqueror, who were able to take advantage of a lot of those players, as we said, coming in onto Prison. That was the strategy that they played, taking control of course. The only real tool for stack building we had in Imperium we got to see, though, can they also keep that up and conclude that through now into Miramar with all of those high buildings there as well. We'll see you guys on that other side. we're back with the PMPL Spring Split Arabia 2022. Myself, Alan Wolf, and of course, Imperium alongside us for the final day of the second Super Weekend. It's all brought to you, though, by our official streaming partner, Nemo TV, bringing you all of the action in 4K esports quality. But also, if you at home want to jump in onto the action as well, Imperium, I know you love a good little bit of social media, you guys as well. Can jump in onto the conversation using that hashtag PMPL for across YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also TikTok. I mean, what is your favorite though? Like, what is your go-to social media when like you get up in the morning, you want to check your socials? Where do you go?
Most of the time, it's Twitter followed by Instagram, and that would be kind of mainly it. I of course use YouTube. Who doesn't? But as far as social media, checking out conversations, seeing what teams have changed members, what player has done here, what player has done there. It's Instagram and then Twitter.
Look, you can find it down there for all of us as well, myself and also Imperium. Now you know where to stalk him on Twitter. You can go into his DMs. That's where all the action is for talking about PUBG Mobile.
Whoa, okay, there you go. Nice save. Nice save. That was a good save, Highland Wolf. I'll give you that one.
I was planning it all along, dude. I don't know about you, man. Like, I'm smooth like that.
Yeah. Smooth as a button. My lord.
Miramar is getting hot, though. It's getting hot and spicy. Whew. It's Miramar for the second game here, Imperium. First game, down, of course, to KONQUEROR. Big win overall on the match today that we've had. But I'm curious, can KONQUEROR keep that up? Because I want to draw back a little bit of history. Now, KONQUEROR, they used to be one of the biggest teams coming in onto Miramar. Constant wins back in the previous competitions. It's not been the case, though, this time around. What is it that's changing as the scene develops on Miramar, would you say?
Well, obviously, just other teams are adapting, and Miramar is the kind of map where you can often see the biggest change in a team adapting because of how difficult it can be to play. So if a team is performing quite badly and they switch something up, they improve their positioning, they improve timing of their rotations, and that change comes through. It's just a little bit more obvious compared to both Sanhok and Erangel. KONQUEROR Iraq, they had a pretty damn decent day yesterday, getting themselves 54 points, 3 very strong results. It was covered by 2 0-pointer games. I want to give them a bit of a pass on that because I know yesterday's games were a little bit volatile. Overall, I tend to agree with you. I'd like to see continued consistency, though, from KONQUEROR. To play Bath, going from north to south on a very eastern side of the map. That means we're clearly going to get a phase 1 on the west.
Western, no, it's not going to be. It's going to be Eastern, but we like to keep it. We like to keep it real, nice and spicy when it comes to the zones, and that means that a full circle, did you know, Imperium, never occurs in the first phase when I am casting.
Wait, what never occurs?
The full circle, look, it's like a semicircle with me, you know? I'm just like a half glass empty, you know? I'm a little bit of a pessimist for all of these players when it comes to this first phase.
But here's a trend that I've noticed. I've noticed this is a trend with Miramar. The algorithm, no, genuinely, the algorithm is kind of leaning on Eastern circles, because I'm doing another tournament with Maxman at the moment, and most of the Miramar games have been Eastern circles. When I've casted with Zute on PMPL Arabia, it's been a hell of a lot of Eastern circles. So I think it just tends to be the algorithmic meta of the circles for the most part.
Look, I'm disappointed. I want to see some of that more Western side. I want to see potentially some El Pozo action. I've only seen it once in that auditorium or that theater or whatever you want to call it over in that main city. I'm missing it, Imperium. We're not going to see it today, but instead, what we can have is we could have another Los Leones zone. We can have more and more, because quite frankly, you can never have enough with me.
Enough of you, just enough of you, or just enough of you and...
It's enough of everything, to be honest, with Los Leones and me.
Okay, look, you know, whatever you and Los Leones do in your own time is totally up to you. I don't know if, you know, it's 2022 after all. As Dunak, they are going to be on that kind of northwestern side of Los Leones. I like the fact that them and NASR do tend to be kind of respecting each other. Both teams have good exits out of that city if they want to, or they could opt to kind of hang around the northern outskirts / northeastern outskirts of that city. 1 million esports. If there is ever a game for them to pull out a strong result, it's this game, in my opinion. They've dropped in Al Azhar. They would have been one of the first teams to drop. Technically, they should be one of the first teams out of their drop spot. Now, good thing they have Jabal looting up and hanging around the junkyard area, which is more predominantly in towards the deeper part of the circle. It's not that they need to move massively far away from Al Azhar, but they just shouldn't be staying in Al Azhar for too long, because they have a good opportunity to, let's say, gatekeep Twisted Minds, Falcon, even a little bit of Revolution, right? They are in a strong position to control the early parts of this game and manipulate just a little bit more traffic to make it easier for them in the late game.
I think as well, when you look towards the traffic, particularly as we get across through, the statistics don't lie that Los Leones does tend to be the drawing spot for a lot of these teams coming towards it. You do tend to see more the northern side of Los Leones as well be where these teams like to settle, and around that Lambidita side. No surprises there that KONQUEROR are making a game back quicker rotation in towards their also Revolution. Usually one of those teams who do rotate there, but potentially having spotted also the likes there of KONQUEROR. Instead, they've gone to 1 million. The first kill, though, is going to go the way of Stalwart. Easy, making it look simple again. And I've honestly not seen this area in ages when it comes. These little caves, when it comes over to this part of Miramar. That is rare.
It's
we get on camera.
The best memory I have of this area was a game that ended in that kind of mountain area that was won by Kanina Power. It was just such a good game, and it was a well executed chicken dinner. But to have like early game fights and players early on hanging around this area, yeah, you're dead right. It's pretty rare. Highland Wolf, Stalwart, they're massively split. Easy is pretty much on his own. It's not a bad thing, just an observation. He's quite clearly dealing with it extremely well, getting an elimination point on the Kante. That's gonna just send KAMIKAZE back a little bit. It's gonna slow them down, and it will allow the rest of Stalwart to get closer to Easy, and then they can as a whole team have a much stronger level of control and a much stronger spread inside this phase on. I know sometimes feels like I'm like repeating myself, but the fundamentals of what I talk about are things that should be nailed down by the best teams, and we see it in the best tournaments. So I will always echo to see it and advocate to see it in the likes of PMPL Arabia, because also I know this region has improved so much over the last year and a half.
Oh, the region has improved tenfold. I mean, I got to watch the beautifulness of this improvement through from the spring, and I'll tell you something, it has been a much higher level that we see now in 2022 than it was this time back in spring 2021. To know that actually Stalwart as well, not only getting their kill here, but also a slightly easier turn of events for them. The last 2 days have been pretty rough for Stalwart, getting 1v4'd by Sadat from the side of Rad, then also struggling again on the western side of Los Leones. Now that we get in more eastern side, and they actually have the ability to do the rotation they usually go for up towards the Sampala side, I'm expecting with that momentum a slight turn of the tables, because I want to see each of these teams have holistically across all these three maps at least one good showing through these super weekends.
Again, kind of Stalwart are one of those teams that I'm not too worried about them. They do carry the name of the juggernaut Stalwart, team that impressed so many of us across the PMGC league stage and the finals. But we got to recognize that this is an individual team in itself, and that doesn't always mean we should expect to see that kind of Mongolian power, right? And that these players deserve to develop within themselves, within this team throughout this PMPL Arabia. I've been relatively happy and actually at times quite impressive. Stalwart UAE, and like I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, them and a couple of other teams are in this period where they just don't really need to worry about where they finish. They can practice in the super weekends, they can prepare for the league finals and learn more so they can perform at a higher level.
Phase 2 as well is closing in, and all of these teams, apart from our 1 kill, still satisfied with their current position, not willing to go for the fight. But where does the Phase 2 shift go, Imperium? I'm a bit of a lover here towards more of this eastern coastline. It goes up there, but up towards El Azahar, and a trickier, I think, shift, especially considering that between the high ground and the low ground, Imperium is...
Yeah, it's an interesting Phase 2 shift. I wasn't expecting it to go so heavily up north. I was looking at a more southerly Phase 2. 1million, I talked about how they were in a position to gatekeep the likes of Twisted Mind, set themselves up. I wasn't expecting such an easterly position, but again, I don't disagree with that spread. How are they going to defend it against Twisted Minds, though? That's the biggest question that's going to be answered. There's 963 playing in that western edge of the circle around La Bandita. It's a good place to be. YaLLa are behind them, but so far, no real contention. Powerful, you hate to get that car stuck, man. You just hate to see it.
Look, it happens to the best of us. I, in fact, had the joy of watching in PMGC Imperium a car completely 90 degrees and still working. It worked on your sides. It happens. Unfortunately, also a little bit of trickiness here for 963. Also struggling with the car. Seems to be a trend this game.
Well, it's more Miramar, right? You know, I don't really hold it too much against players, but damn, driving to Miramar is an absolute pain in the a-hole. KONQUEROR is able to get knocked into one of the Revolution players up on top of the hill. Good shots from KONQUEROR rack. You play with fire, Revolution, you're gonna get burned.
Still, talking about fire, I'm really looking also at these 5 positions up towards Junkyard, and actually where Rico, Infinity, and Falcons are fighting too. A slight little third party coming in from right towards this north side. We can see at least on our maps here, Imperium. I think a slight also disregard for that actual side of Junkyard. Why is it though that these teams aren't really going for that ultra high position and La Bandita is more popular?
That's a good question. I think it's because players are more familiar with playing from La Bandita, right? Teams aren't as familiar playing from that kind of northern Junkyard El Azahar position, so your natural pathing line is going to be more comfortable around La Bandita. That's the only answer that I can really give that seems logical in my eyes, because with that play path going from north to south, technically it allowed for that even spread across the way. It's not always the way it goes. It being so free on that northern side, it does possibly allow Twisted Minds to avoid 1million. However, 1million within themselves didn't really opt to massively push Twisted Minds on that kind of edge of circle position. I don't know how much information they were able to gather, but they moved away. They're a little bit deeper in the circle. It's not a bad thing, simply because Twisted Minds aren't really fully together as a squad. But in other situations, I could see it being a bad thing for 1million. I know it was only phase 2, but again, being worried about the trend that they're heading towards and how insecure their position in the finals is, I need to see that kind of that tryingness, that, you know, wanting to really win these games from 1million.
Yeah, we seem very close together. I'm not sure we have as much information as some of these other teams being so close together, not really willing to make any of those spread plays. The confidence, maybe, as we said, beginning to stumble for them. 963 also losing one in the beginnings of the skirmish in La Bandita to YaLLa. We saw it on the kill feed, and also Rat. A nade bounces a little bit over, or undercooked, should I say, as it bounces over their Rat. But Bando, I think he spied another, will also miss on the second nade, but they got the right idea.
Lovely by Bandar. Oh, that nearly connects so perfectly. So that gets finished. This is good defense from Rico Infinity. You can see they're not committing everything to one side. They have that 2-2 spread under their control, and it is important that this, with it being phase 3 in Miramar, that you start to be massively proactive in your position, especially when it's so solidified as Rico's is. Losing a player wouldn't be a bad thing, but if it's at the benefit of, let's say, getting a squad wipe, I say it's a plus.
Stalwart as well. You talked about a push and the defense coming against 1million. Is Stalwart, they will be thwarted. At least one down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Sun is also knocked, but no confirms given just away quite yet. You see Lixty looking for the revive, but I don't think it's going to come across. Looking at kill feed, yes, it was confirmed through from Soon, from Van Kid, Stalwart, and Stalwart poking your heads up. You can see the remnants here of the battlefield as Twisted Minds also entering in. They want a piece of the pie, but 1million not willing to move, neither Stalwart either, looking to hold a position.
What's your favorite type of pie?
Ooh, what I not had in ages is a pumpkin pie, Imperium. If we ever meet in person, right, I'm going to go to a cafe in Ireland and I'm going to order a pumpkin pie in a latte. That's what I'm going to go.
You know what? I'm down for that, man. I look forward to that moment. Twisted Minds, they're not looking forward to the moment that they're getting engaged upon by Stalwart UAE. Good recovery for Stalwart UAE, considering they lost a player. Second one is knocked, so they're down to... Sorry, that first player is still knocked, so they're still down to 3 players. And 1million, they need to capitalize on this. They need to get hungry in that area of the circle, because they have a big opportunity to third party.
Still, the third party is being left as well on this northern side. Rico Infinity, they decided not to go for the fight. Instead, now it's not Rad, but it's Nigma in the fight, and Ralph taking out Damar. It's Falcons, Yusuf, left completely split, and you can see that split there from Falcons is harming him more than helping him here. Is Nigma is just completely cut a line across the two parties of this team.
On the southern side, by the way, NASR engaging upon KAMIKAZE, gatekeeping them on the edge of the circle. Triple D have a beautiful spread in front of them, so that could see Triple D push on NASR in a pretty cohesive way. The circle shifting down south is beneficial to them. Revolution have the circle on their side with the compound they hold onto with Dunak. Have all their squad in a compound on that western side of the circle. Them, CONQUEROR, damn good places to be.
Dunak, probably one of the stronger positions. I actually also love, though, the position coming through from Revolution here. Is there high ground? Again, across the roadside. A lot of the teams going to struggle if Revolution can try to thin the herd of them coming down from the north. And that north side is being thinned, but it's elsewhere with still Falcons here engaging versus the rest of Nigma Galaxy. Yusuf, elusive as ever here versus Ralph, but I think they finally found him. They finally knocked him out and eliminate him away. Ralph, clean as you like for 2 pieces now.
Yeah, it seems like Falcons got a little bit too distracted, per se. And maybe got a little bit too greedy, tried to take too many fights at once and paid the ultimate price down to just one player now, as YaLLa is not going to get revived. 963 going to defend against YaLLa.
963, they've got the roof forward. Nade over the top of the hill. Misses the one YaLLa in 963, holding the defense. You know, I just cannot get by every time I look at this position on the map, Imperium, PMGC, and watching the mistakes that were made in this location. None of them made just yet. YaLLa not willing to push too hard, and they won't make that mistake made in previous tournaments. Instead, they go elsewhere, but they're going in onto Dunak, and they've got to reroute, but it's already too late. Hoping down. Sanji Ragnar, they stop at the entrance of Dunak, but it's so easy, so free for them, and YaLLa dropped.
That was one of the biggest Fs. You're halfway through, 2/3 of the way through phase 4, and you go for a deep push into the circle. The only time you ever do that is when the circle shifts instantly and you make that move. You know, I get that YaLLa maybe didn't feel super comfortable trying to take the fight against 963, but that kind of move, that was just a desperate play, a really desperate play that YaLLa shouldn't be doing. They shouldn't need to do it. They should have way many more ideas in their back pockets.
Especially considering its location here is fair twist in mind. GS4 one also knock onto NASR, but this open space, this open field, is notorious, Imperium, for trying to crash on in because of how many players can look down upon you trying to enter onto that compound. And to do it is just a lack of judgment there, as you say, from YaLLa. Is the zone goes away from them there anyways. Even at death, it goes again towards the east, and now 963, NASR, all Dunak, these three teams have to make the move.
This is a triple D chicken dinner. They're on their own on the south side, and they have two players inside the circle, one on the southeast, one outside the circle on the southwest. All the other teams are fighting for a spot in the circle. 963, NASR, Dunak. Up on the north, you have Revolution, Rico, Nigma, Stalwart UAE, of course, CONQUEROR. It's going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy for Triple D if they play it right.
NASR still engaging, going the fight, but it's Miracle who will bait it out for Hassan, will find a final one, and I love it as well from Triple D, by the way, here, Imperium, that Humam has gone over to this eastern side. They're not being complacent. Yeah. They've got this zone to themselves. They're still looking for the information. They're still looking for the picks onto 1million, who also have a freer space up towards this eastern end.
Falcons go down. Nothing they can really do. Rico? Okay. Okay, Rico. Okay.
He decided not to. Sometimes we decide no. You know, sometimes we decide yes to crash compound Imperium. Sometimes it's better to be left. Unfortunately, it didn't work out so well for them as Revolution. Also trying to exit out, but into the open, waiting arms with a full squad of CONQUEROR. Ooh, now down to 3 is a nade launched by QHT, but he can't find anything for it. Still on the backside though, Rico haven't stopped, and Rex is the next to drop, and Revolution sandwiched in between, and Al-Hahi the only one remaining, and it's all gone disastrously wrong. Even on the south side, Dunak, should I say, dropped by the hands of NASR.
Yeah, I don't really hold out against Dunak. It's so tough when the circle shifts away from you that at that point in the game when it's so flat in front of you. If it hadn't been NASR, it probably would have been either CONQUEROR or Triple D.
Look, the fight still on that northern front as Rico Infinity. They try their best, but Prestige, the smoke doesn't protect him long enough. The sprays are true, and Bandar now tries through the smoke. He goes to his teammates here, but Ida is a long way away, and he's still outside of the zone. It's still not solved the problem that Rico are about to engulf into a phase 6, phase 7 blue zone, and you can see the damage being dealt with the help of CONQUEROR.
So our UAE are eliminated. We're down to our final 5 teams. Triple D does lose a player. I think it was one of the 1million players that was able to find that one. Big props to 1million. They have a good spread. I like to see that kind of control. Once again, CONQUEROR, yeah, okay, Groza is knocked, but it's a good game for them.
Good game, CONQUEROR, though they have been confirmed the elimination down to 2 players, and they've got only 1 building to their name, right on the edge of that zone. No one really willing to enter on into that zone. As you can see, has shifted to a very barren wasteland for our phase 6 former play. Nigma also alive into our final 4, trying to find the shots to long range, but it's not there.
This should still be a Triple D chicken dinner. They've gathered a little bit closer together based on the fact that they lost someone. I like that adaptability.
Still, 1 million though. Now they make the move further forward. The cars equipped and ready to go. But a beautiful shot punishing the overextension there for Nigma Galaxy. Strikes down the knock. In the knock this late, unlikely to be revived. As you can see the split there, Ralph. He's pinned. He can go nowhere. He's not got the health to even live. And Lord, he's trying, but maybe he should just be using it in his body there as the scout. But Gallagher clearly confirms his knock.
Then goes Roof. Nigma are eliminated. Top 3 teams, and you can see that absolutely none of them are in the center of the circle. CONQUEROR Iraq, based on the squad-wide bond to Nigma Galaxy, they feel like there's a little bit more of a space to control on that northern edge. They take a big risk. For the time being, it's working out. But 1 million, they might be able to sense that and get a bit of a sideswipe on CONQUEROR Iraq.
CONQUEROR, they are edging out to the zone. They've got the space. They've got the slight dip down from the hill. It does protect them barely on the edge of this phase 6, but phase 7, with 1 million also pushing into CONQUEROR, as you say, Triple D, they've been gifted almost a free win here, as they don't have to do any fighting. They can just continue to spray from range. 1 million, they're the ones pushing in, but the nades are missing.
I appreciate this proactivity from 1 million, though, even down to just 2 players. They're trying to take advantage of an opportunity.
Lixty finds another nade, but it misses again. And these nades, they cannot miss here, Imperium. And because they miss, they have to now reroute. They have to go into the heads of Triple D. Yes, you've got the smokes, but you can see how long the path it is. And Humam is laser eye focused down with Gaith, Scythe, all on that right side. CONQUEROR also pinned. Is a zone, it goes away from everyone. No one willing to move.
This is anybody's game. Triple D, you have to move down a tiny hill to make it into the edge of the circle with very little cover. 1 million have to give up their side of the hill to make it into the circle. CONQUEROR Iraq need to just move away from the cover they have to get into the circle. It's extremely flat inside this phase 7.
If 1 million, no, they can get the win here. It's huge. It's huge already for them. One of the biggest games, I believe, the biggest game they've had this second Super Weekend. Down into the final 3. At least they've grabbed a couple kills on their route 2 there. Is readjusting the buggy. Back behind the rock, you can see very, very hesitant, trying to hold on to the zone, but it's phase 7. It tickles just a little bit as Gallagher will find a true shot, so onto Jabal. The elimination there as well, and 1 million down to a solo player. Lixty has the rock. Panic nade out, tries to stop the push here from Triple D, but they're still pushing in further and further. The had also knocked there onto CONQUEROR, allows them to do so. Nade, brilliant, onto Lixty, and it cleans up the 1 million crew. Now, down to Rio. They turn their attention across the hill. 2 quick nades, so throw-in, but it's not enough. Rio still dropped, and Humam, alongside Triple D, are looking unstoppable in this second weekend. Imperium is it's only 1 left. The zone against them here in the nades. They've got them pinned. They've got nowhere to go. CONQUEROR is Humam over the hill. Yes, the Mollies are there, only blocking them more. They try their best. Phase 7 into phase 8. The zone now closing in against them, and now they've been sandwiched to the rock between a hard place and the open barren wasteland. They find at least one onto Gaif. They can't find Humam though. It is down to the 1v1, 1v2. Is Gaif down? Won't go for the confirm. Instead, goes for the win. It's not enough. Triple D coming out with the win. Imperium. Triple D are looking damn good in this second week, getting another win on their board.
The chicken dinner wasn't quite as easy peasy lemon squeezy as I initially thought it was going to be, of course, because we saw the circle shifting away from them, or at least, yeah, a more threatening position. But still, they moved out in the right manner. The way they sent 2 players to that eastern side, because 1 million had been a little bit too slow / were more heavily distracted onto Conqueror Rack inside that, I think it was phase 7, made it a little bit easier for them. But you can see the amount of elimination points they got. They were really proactive, and that's all I ask from a lot of teams, is that they recognize the advantage they have or recognize the disadvantage, and like I highlighted, adapt to how you need to play to get a good result. Even if Triple D hadn't won the game, I don't think I would have been too disappointed with how they played. The fact that they won does sum up how well they played.
And also the fundamentals, as you were looking for there in that game too, Imperium, were there as well through from Triple D to play patient, but also to bring Humam over, to bring that scout. Yes, the scout got lost, but with that information they were garnering, they knew where 1 million were coming in. They knew exactly where to position for that in advance. Also, they expected Conqueror and other teams to come in from that northern side in the picture-perfect plays, bring all of that together to culminate into the win. Conqueror Iraq, though, still a big game for them with 18 points. And as we said, the biggest game here for 1 million this Super Weekend, even if it was 13 points.
46 points for Conqueror Rock across the first 2 games of the day. That's only 8 points less than their highest day in the second Super Weekend. So a hell of a start in day 3 from Conqueror Rock. 1 million esports. Yes, thank you. Finally, yes. 13 points. It's a good base start. It needs to be followed up. We've highlighted consistency before, of course. But again, it's good to see 1 million. They really deserve those 13 points, genuinely.
They get a 13 points. You take them where you can get them. Nigma Galaxy also stepping up. I wanted them to have a good game. They heard my prayers, and they get also the 4th position, 13 points going towards them. Again, slight edge of points here from Dunak, also at the bottom, at least getting that 8th position overall, having those 5 kills they got previously in the match.
Especially 1 million getting 13 points, it slightly cancels out to 26 from Triple D. It's still a 13 plus improvement from Triple D compared to 1 million, but it does soften that blow a little bit. Dunak getting 6 points is positive for their kind of continued, I wouldn't say improvement, but their continuing stranglehold onto a position in the league finals. But they need to continue to show up time and time again. NASR Esports with 11. Yeah, just can't really fault NASR.
Yeah, NASR as well, keeping it consistent as ever. And heading down though into our second page, a lot of teams though still with 0 points, and 2 of them, big alarm bells. They're ringing in my mind here for Imperium. Rad, the Mind Weapon iKURD, 0 points, particularly here for the Mind Weapon iKURD, who, remember, had not been in that first Super Weekend, so he needed to come out swinging like Triple D, but they're opposite complete ends of the leaderboard in this game.
Yeah, and it just hurts even more because I highlight how hard it can be to go from one really good result to a really bad result, such as, let's say, chicken dinner, and then to 0-pointer game. It's even worse for the Mind Weapon because it wasn't a bad game 1 of 8 points, but with that game 2 0-pointer, it basically makes 4 points each game. That's just not really good enough if they're going to challenge for the top 16. Hurts. It really hurts. But 3 more games, turn that 0 into a 10, into 15.
Look, yes, they're keeping the average of, what was it, 4.4 points per game. They need to improve that clearly coming into the next 3 matches. There's still 3 more matches, though, for them. That's a glimmering hope that they got to remember. That they have 3 games to change everything. We know that it can change everything when we look back, of course, to week 1. In this exact 3rd day, Nigma Galaxy, they went from 15th position, Imperium, all the way into that 3rd spot. So it can be done, but it's a hard road to follow for the Mind Weapon iKURD. The other team here, we still have to look back, though, being Rad. And yes, they went out early. As we look back at our best oppo moments, I'm concerned for them. Yeah,
big time concern for Rad. you know, coming into today's games, they weren't really in the best position as it was. They had themselves a total of 143 points with an average of 5.72. And Dunak are probably going to end up being ahead of them. You had Nigma. They're just a team not to really, like, disregard per se. The only kind of hope they have is obviously 1 million performing badly, the Mind Weapon iKURD performing badly, but that doesn't really even take into account next week, right? That doesn't take into account RTG qualifying, KURD12, and even them themselves, Team Rat, not qualifying for week 3. I said that rough kind of cutoff point of getting into the league finals with just 2 super weekends is 180. It doesn't even look like Team Rat are going to make it to that.
Yeah, they've got a long way to go, as we said, alongside the Mind Weapon iKURD to that journey to the top 16. But they maybe don't make it, as you say, and that then draws on the worries towards the future as well. The confidence knock of, well, we're not going to make it this weekend at this rate. And it gets to a point that it's so scary. Can they make it in the future to those league days next week? Got to find out, though, if they can at least redeem themselves, as we said, in this second week in the present. We're going to join you back onto Erangel for our third game on the other side of this ad break. back once again after our second game in Miramar on the PMPL Spring Split for Arabia. And of course, myself, Iron Wolf, and Imperium bring you all the action with you, and as well with our beautiful sponsor. That was a beautiful one. That was a beautiful one, Imperium. I can do one too. But our beautiful sponsor is down there. As well. The cringe is real. The Opera Reno 6 series, though, is not so cringe. It is the upgraded form, it's an upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Opera Reno 6 series. The designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports 2022. Imperium, though, the social media game. That's where it's all at. And you guys at home can jump in onto the conversation using that hashtag PMPL hashtag on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also TikTok. But it is a shake in the overall standings too, Imperium. When we look at the overall rankings, Rico Infinity, sure, they're 100 points, but CONQUEROR Rag up there now into second.
Yeah, big climb for CONQUEROR. They went from 8th to 2nd. Actually, did they get... Yeah, they went from 8th to 2nd. That's a big jump up for CONQUEROR. 194 to 240. Yeah, big props for them in the first couple of games. NASR still holding on to 3rd. YaLLa dropping down to 4th. It's still relatively close, though, right? Between 2nd and 5th. KAMIKAZE holding on to that 5th place.
Nigma Galaxy, they're working their way up. A good game from them previously, putting them back into 9th position. Hoping to see them back on that first page where they belong, as you believe, Imperium, and also to see it rad. Also, Dunak stepping up, rising slowly, and closing that gap just a little bit to get onto that first page too. But climbing their way through that second page, still DDD Esports after their 3rd chicken dinner in just this super weekend.
Like, that's ridiculous when you look at their average points per game. They have an average points per game of 11.33. That is the same average points per game of 2nd. You know, that's like a big average that Triple D are showing. Like, they're now only 15 points behind 1 million, and 1 million have 15 extra games than them, right? That shows how good Triple D have been in their 12 games. And it's a great balance as well. 74 placement points, 62 elimination points. It's just that real beautiful, crisp balance that I like to see.
Like everything you're looking for. It's like when you take a big, fat, juicy chicken out of the oven and it's just... the skin is crispy, Imperium. The meat is so tender, it just falls apart in your mouth. That's what it feels like for Triple D, now coming into their 3rd game on Erangel.
Into the 3rd game we are. The playing path is going down from the southwest over to the far north. So heading on over to the eastern side of the map is going to be quite challenging. Twisted Minds, Stalwart UAE, 963. How are you going to play this kind of playing path? It's very vicarious. If they've done a level of due diligence and recognized that Rico have not been afraid to go to North George, a team could go to Severity, but there's not as much security around Rico going to George Paul because of how close in this playing path Severity is. As it happens, Rico do seem to be heading towards North George.
I'm going to be heading that way, keeping true to form is the first phase. Almost there was the rest of these teams that jumped down onto the beautiful rolling hills. A northern one, though, again, cutting itself away back into the ocean. And yes, Naya, Stalwart is there. I'm not sure if you want a rematch, Imperium, but I'm open for it.
What is that split from Stalwart UAE though?
That is
one
true.
Down the south, Pachinki, one in the north, one just above the north of the river, one to the south of Severity. That is so wild. I really am kind of speechless at that split drop.
You know what it's called?
Zero.
It's called donating for free kills to whoever finds you. That's what it's called, Imperium, this early on.
Damn. Technically, yeah, you're kind of not wrong. Should they be called out? Now, the two teams to north of the river are naturally more safer because less teams drop on the north of the river, so there's automatically less traffic and just less intrusion. But the teams down the south of the river, I would find it kind of very surprised if they really survive. So far, so good for them. I still don't agree with that split push as 963 are opting to shift a little bit more towards the eastern side of the map. Mansion, shelter, prison. It's going to be their location for the looting phase of this game, and it does make sense because that playing path is more heavily on the west. Technically, you can like locate yourself to the east, have a little bit more security. Just be aware of the time that it's taken because 963, we're 3 minutes in and they barely, and I mean like barely started looting. So just be aware of that 963.
I do like though also the change, and you talked about barely starting looting from Triple D because yes, it only now at Stalwart, but they've completely negated because also naturally the playing path, of course, the risk though of that South Island. That South Island was still free. They still could have gone to military base and rotated to Novo if they would have really liked. But a game that adaptability to get up towards the northern side to match where this zone is going to in a much more comfortable position. That's what I like to see through from Triple D, and it explains almost perfectly how they've then been able to transform that adaptability into success because they have been so diverse.
Mexico just do whatever he wants. Dunak rotating through the northern side of the river. Very, very early rotation from Dunak, which I love to see. It makes sense. It does make sense based on the playing path and the fact that it's the north of the river. Locating themselves on that kind of more eastern side of Severny to the west of Stalwart, essentially the tadpoles part of the river, does seem to be the end position for Dunak. I think it's a good place to hold down in this phase one.
Dunak maybe a little bit wary here because Triple D, they do take up Stalwart where Dunak usually do like to loot this time around, but they should be knowledgeable of this. Stalwart, a very comfortable secondary drop spot for Triple D as well. Next go, doing a flip, doing a 360. You love to see it as he drops back down, heals himself back up. It's a long way to full health, but Arif, you ain't gonna get him anytime soon.
It's going to be a tricky enough rotation for 1 minute. This is kind of game where I wouldn't mind if they wait essentially until phase 2 shows up to really think about or prioritize the position inside the circle. Of course, the closer they get to the edge of phase 1 will allow them to not only react quicker, but grab a little bit of information along the way. But otherwise, I feel there's no pressure for 1 million to play into this phase on circle so early.
Rest of the circle. Also concerns, I think, for Revolution, getting across a course so far away, the furthest out of any of these teams. Usually, it was them being stopped by KONQUEROR, but also KONQUEROR tending now to avoid the bridge. A little bit of trauma after they got completely wiped, 3v to nothing. 3v1, sorry, should I say, versus Revolution. Managed to find 3 pops against KONQUEROR. Now they instead decide to rotate up, usually now, as we see, into that Gatka side, making a way also in onto this zone. You said about 1 million. Now, I'm wondering, is this a tricky rotation for them? Because they actually have this entire western coastal line, Imperium. I wonder, can they just use that to rotate all the way back up to George Pole, just come into the zone a lot easier than maybe some of these other teams that are more stationed in the center of Erangel?
Yeah, they can. But that's where I highlighted the timing of their rotation, right? And waiting until phase 2. If they did it too early in phase 1, it doesn't matter if they took the roadside, they would have faced up against YaLLa or Rico, right? But now as we get further into the phase 1 closing in, we're over halfway through into the blue zone closing in, it will become easier for them to enter the edge, right? So it becomes less tricky. That's just good, simple, like really simple adaptability. And they seem to be doing that. Jabal from 1 million is pushing more forward close to the edge of the circle, just around the radio tower fields outside of Everest. But other than that, the rest of the team are barely starting to move out of Primorsk for the time being. You can see KAMIKAZE. They're shifting all the way through this beautiful ruins and Everest area of the circle. They're just inside. They're going to be aware of the likes of CONQUEROR a little bit to the east of them, or a team to the east of them. While the Mind Weapon iKURD, they have a really good spot in the center of this phase 1. It's kind of around the kind of Roshawk hillside, north of the river. These are good positions to take hold of in phase 1.
Right as well. On the other hand of this map, Imperium equally going to have the ability to rotate in through that eastern side more free. I'm just going to have to say that was a 10 out of 10, quite frankly, from one hill to the next. I mean, White Weapon, iKURD, yeah, they may not have fair. The points, Imperium, but they got the skill.
Well, they get points for good driving skills, like the grade points, right, for stunts.
Yeah.
You know, the way you have the judges that hold up the cards, be like a 10 and 8 and a 5, that kind of thing. Yeah, like a gymnastics score, you know, that kind of thing.
Still, second phase, though, is going to interrupt here. Oh, is the second phase closing on in. Imperium is going to head, though, further up to north. Year of shooting range Severny. We talked about now Rico Infinity in the past rotating down. We've never seen Rico Infinity, though, Imperium, have to fight on their own turf. This is the first time that we have to see them defend instead of walking to someone else. And I'm curious to see how they're going to do it, because you can already notice many of these teams encircling around and keeping your eye up on these two big fat locations inside phase 2.
I know it's only phase 2, but YaLLa have probably the strongest position inside the circle. And the way they hold it down, 2-2 split, so they have 2 either side of that compound. That compound is the kind of compound where you don't actually need to be inside the buildings to have hold of it, right? Having either hillside of it makes big sense. So it meant that it means that they're able to get information, suppress teams around them, and be proactive. So this is honestly shaping up to be a strong game for YaLLa if they're able to hold on.
Oh, CONQUEROR caught in the midst of the rotations as they have to go backwards again. Reroute away from Nigma Galaxy and 1Million. 1Million making that timing a little bit poor, though. Got caught off at the back of that second phase rotation now. Losing 1. Down to 3. Will have to opt for the more other wider edge of these bridges as CONQUEROR as well. Going to try to use the kill there from 1Million, but instead just lose their life. Again, a second now down for them, and it is becoming truly very easy here for Nigma Galaxy to hold, as they've now thinned out the full squads, and they can go hunt down here, find their third kill.
This is where I was expecting a little bit better from a couple of the teams on the west. So there's nothing wrong with, let's say, going through the very western north George Pool Bridge into the circle, right? There's never anything wrong with even hell swimming across the water, whereas prioritizing the 2 most common bridges in this area of the map, that's the result. And it's a bit of a feels bad man.
Look, feels bad man note also for Revolution. I see a lot of plus symbols, and they're not positive, they're absolutely negative. Here is Smoker. Is going to be the one he's got here. Also a second coming forward, but Alhahi, the front line is gone. They've still got the bridge to cross. They're going to have to now move themselves down towards the south side as phase 2 already closing up. They're not prepared, they're not ready, not got the information. And they're only now walking into what previously was the heart of Twisted Minds, but they, thankfully for them, have left their compound. Oh, that is a feels bad man. Yikes. They're panned into their heads.
Wait. Highland, what is that split from Twisted Minds? I kind of want to give like a 9 million IQ.
Oh, okay.
You know, level of props to them, but it's also gonna take so much time for them to join up together as a full squad that it's a little bit wasted. Now, as it happens, Phase 3 shifts down to southwest, away from the shooting range hill. That means the cube compound outside of George Paul is the best place to be. Kamikaze, it shifted from YaLLa's best position to Kamikaze's best position.
Oh, it's getting tough though. You can feel it with the bridge still. The indecisiveness, ruins still in play. The bridge there in play. Also that wizard tower. Kamikaze controlling that front line in the center of the zone. A beautiful position. But I doubt they can hold such a position versus all of these teams. YaLLa really have a strong spot. Imperium up on the hill just above the more western side of this zone, controlling the hills into shooting range. Rico and Stalwart slightly short of the draw.
Brad, nice team-wide rotation, and I think that's a good safe spot to go, at least initially rotating through North Rostock. It allows you to then scale and grab a bit of information, plus playing through the small island in the middle is something that teams don't expect other teams to do. And it's not like they have to really go deep on the island. They can hold on to Watertown and then have one player in the edge of the circle. Big plus to Rad on that rotation.
Big negative though. Here is Twisted Minds on the map. Will look to lose. Actually, should I say big plus for Twisted Minds because they take out one there of Revolution. There's QHT now left to a solo player. Conqueror as well. Going. Oh no! Please don't production. I'm saying Revolution. They lose one.
Beautiful.
The pan onto the other. Oh, they're being cyberbullied here, Imperium, in this third game.
Is not. There's no such thing in the world of PUBG Mobile in game that is. So it's all part of the game. There's nothing wrong with a pan kill.
Yeah, good. Is that the phrase?
It's just a psychological part of the process. As NASR are gonna have to psychologically get the better of 963 as they try and push for a position into the edge of the circle. Ragnarok getting a good level of information peeking around behind a tree. I don't mind this kind of driving around from Batika to try and bait one of the 963 players to expose himself. I think that's a good mindset because you can see the rest of the team were set up to attack as soon as somebody showed their head.
But they've still got to get into the zone, and it's still a problem for them. It's overdriven. As Twisted Minds take down to... Oh, it is disastrous. And Sadat crashes in, drops out. Does he find a third? Yes, he does. Dami, give them some space. He might even find Desher. He does. He gets it. The 1v4. He didn't need his team. He just solos the entire side of Rad out.
But I thought Rad was playing on the edge of circle, Watertown through the islands. Oh, you can't switch it up so late into the circle as NASR, they decided to disengage away from the 963 squad, and although they are broken, beaten and scarred, they do still have 2 players up, and they've gotten rid of a couple of the Stalwart UAE players. And I'm still scratching my head at why Rad decided to rotate like that. It's so weird to me.
It was a big brain Twisted Minds. 2-2 split. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was in Imperium. You love it or you hate it. It worked out for them. They've got so many kills off of the play regardless. But here, another strong position. Held here by Rico Infinity. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Hit me. What is the thing?
Twisted Minds are doing the rotation from Watertown through the small island that I thought Rad was going to do. Just saying. Sure. Just putting it out there. Like,
but It works. They're still going into the zone. Yes, I think they've got the mind weapon iKURD here to block them, but it's not the full squad. It's only the 2 players. You can see on a world here where Twisted Minds maybe do get on in. Kaito looking for the scout into that next phase, and I think, unfortunately, yeah, Twisted Minds, they might have been off more in that zone. Kaito probably carrying all of the meds, everything for Twisted Minds. Driving him very aggressive, and I think over-aggressive here also gets punished. Down they go. KAMIKAZE finds the strike through. It is Dami, the only solo player to heal. Back, though, in onto the zone it was, as you saw on your screens. Unfortunately there, Triple D losing 1 to 963, but they are inside the zone as well, closer towards the center, will keep themselves in front of Rico Infinity Esports, who, quite frankly, on that northern side, Imperium, have such a hold against 963 and also Stalwart Esports.
The mind weapon iKURD now looking to engage onto the members of KAMIKAZE. Osama is knocked, so that's going to slow them down a bit. However, I would recommend that they don't go for the revive. I low-key get why they are, but a lot of time it can go against them. Luckily, KAMIKAZE just a little bit uncertain to really heavily push on the area that the mind weapon iKURD are in.
Zone is closing, though. Another shift, but where does it go? YaLLa. Inside the sensor. I know, Dami, he's healing. He's healing, okay? He is having a moment inside the zone. In fact, wait, is he not? Oh my days.
Yeah, he drove.
I'm sorry, I thought he was in Watertown.
No.
How is that legal, Imperium? How do you get by from Watertown in phase 5 to the zone? I mean, Twisted Minds are all over the place, but they have the 4K mind, and it's better than mine in this game, at least. Fortunately, though, the mind weapon is all out of brain juice as KAMIKAZE cleans them through.
Indeed, KAMIKAZE doing a wonderful job in that fight, and that's why it's so risky to go for a revive in that situation, because the time it takes to get a revive is a time that's given over to your opponents to reposition, rethink, and actually take action. So the mind weapon iKURD maybe just look to rethink how quickly you do go for a revive in that kind of situation. Maybe pull out a counter knock before you go for the revive, for example.
It's the indecisiveness as well. I think they're trying to hold the position when they had the knock potentially on KAMIKAZE. They could have gone further in, but KAMIKAZE equally in some trouble. YaLLa will strike down 1 into 2 and make it so simple enough for themselves to clean through the rest, as there comes the third, and as is 4, so it's only now 3 left standing, and Ragnar's in their way. Will have the vehicle, won't go for the revive, trying to bait it though, trying to allow the bait over that hilltop. For now, also Powerful to strike down, but Powerful goes too early. Now, over the rock side, finds it though anyways. And there goes the final one. Kante, Bree, down, KAMIKAZE, kaput.
By the way, example of why you don't go for the revive.
Yes.
Does that allow them to continue to put pressure on the KAMIKAZE? Yes, technically KAMIKAZE had to push towards them, but if Ragnar had gone for the revive, or Ragnar should have said had gone for the revive, 9 times out of 10 KAMIKAZE would have found another entry point into that engagement.
Twisted Minds, 6th position. It looked so good, but they fall down in the center of the zone. Picked off inside the open. Down to our final 5 in the zone once more. Kind to all of them, but none of them really wanting to go down into the center. I don't think they've got a choice, though, because it's going to go one way or the other.
I'm surprised Triple D are still alive. I thought they were being picked off a little bit more heavily by Rico Infinity. You do have 2 players of theirs knocked down, Prestige and Bandar. Ida Now going for the revive as YaLLa push in and they take down NASR.
NASR still triple Devo alive as they fall. But they need to make the next move, and this is Dunak's game. Yes, they've only got 3 players. They don't have maybe as much as YaLLa. Maybe as much as Rico Infinity if they can only find the revives onto those 2 knocks. One has been confirmed. Now onto the second. Geif is driving backwards. That is the wrong way to go, Geif. And fortunately, though, it works either way. Seems to be the better strategy as Sanji can't handle the confusion. And down 1 knock. The flank now away, and Geif's short moment is closing, though. It's quite literally the blue zone constricting the movement.
Ooh, Prestige moves away right after taking a couple of shots towards YaLLa. I like that because you do need to prioritize at least having 1 player closer to the edge of the circle. Gaze is really taking on a mountainous of a fight as a solo player. However, backing off and scaling onto the other side of the hill that his teammate is covering is very clever. I like that.
And it keeps the pressure on YaLLa as well. YaLLa know that Gaze can pop his head up at any time, so now they have to fight from the back as well as going in from the front, and that's why YaLLa, you get the vehicles to get on out of there. Bandar punched though out of the equation as a reef, 1 straight back though into the fire. They go into a second molly, will confirm it though. Beautiful pinching of a reef from Rico, but SK Ton now down as well, and there's Gringo from the outside still wiping them from the windows and cleaning them through. Life inside the smoke. They're hunting down 1. Gringo gets behind a wall, doesn't get knocked from afar, and either as well will be knocked, and it's beautiful from Dunak to keep themselves in the game inside the house.
Solid compound defense from Dunak, keeping 1 at the very back of the compound by the side of the wall made complete sense. But I also need to give props to Rico because I think having Prestige on the outskirts on the other side of the circle essentially not only gives them that kind of plan B of keeping a player in the game and having an extra couple of placement points, but Prestige was at least able to, or was attempting to do something to support Rico on that compound crash.
An unfortunate series of events, so because Hope, he's gone around the back end and he's decided to whip out the explosives onto Prestige, and I'm not sure Prestige is having much of that fun. Down on the other end of the spectrum, down quite literally, cannot move. A third should finish it off, goes a little bit cooked too long in their hands. Maybe a 4th will find it, but that buys Prestige a time there to heal up. Nade on back, and Hope pushed away. Dunak still firing over, and that's why Hope can't find the exact position, the exact point of fire onto Rico Infinity. So there Dunak keeping Rico alive. But not for much longer, is Dunak. They say they want it, and they find a beautiful nade. Is what YaLLa couldn't do in 3, Dunak doing 1. And now the smokes makes it into the final 2, and it's 2 versus 4. But it only becomes harder. YaLLa, the final raid boss here at the 3rd match, and you can see the smokes being laden down. 1 down, though. You saw it, as you say, no way. Hope is way taken down into the dirt, and Dunak, they've soloed it now to a 2v3.
YaLLa looking good for YaLLa. I love the off angle that Hope had, but him getting knocked is a decent compromise. He's still able to give information over, but just clearly not as much. In the end, the body advantage is still in the hands of YaLLa.
They've got the manpower. The smoke's there. YaLLa, they're waiting for them to dissipate. Right now, the edge of surprise on Dunak's hands. They're going for the revive. A mega nade. If that lands.
No way you're going for the revive.
Goes for the revive. They do. They're trying to pull it off, but the nades are not cooked correctly. And now YaLLa, they get the revive back off. They've got the full manpower, but Life finds it with a 0 health bar. Another knock, but they're the nade as well. They're able to solo him down. The game here down to Gringo to win it, but I don't think it's happening. YaLLa get the fort, man. They get to win. And YaLLa back also in that second place. You got to remind yourself of the overall standings because the fight all on the top of that leaderboard.
It was a good win from YaLLa. I think they reacted well to the circles, and obviously playing from that South George side was always going to be a benefit. I thought maybe they could have held on to that compound that they initially had in phase 1 a little bit longer in the game, but the way they wanted to move, it worked out for them, and I can't really argue with that. The final couple of fights between KAMIKAZE, between the last player of NASR, between kind of I think it was a Triple D, if I'm not mistaken, they were all overall well executed. A bit of presumption around that last fight, but other than that, they cleaned it up, and it was a good chicken dinner. Dunak, though, those are some really big points needed, right? When you're talking about protecting and creating as big of a cushion coming into League Week 3, day 1 of the second Super Weekend, Dunak had 18 points in total. Day 2 yesterday, they had a total of 45 points. It looks like it could be heading in an even better direction for Dunak in today's final games of the second Super Weekend.
Another big game for them, and it's now to look at how much points they did get overall. You can see 17 there, second again on the top page of the match rankings. But YaLLa, as we said, with KONQUEROR falling out early in that game, the fight ensues for that second place, back and forth. The other real big point that you've got to mention here is a good game 2 from Triple D. Also fighting similarly to Dunak here for that position to solidify themselves after the end of week 2.
Also, NASR Esports. Yeah, okay, day 1 of the game. Sorry, game 1 of the day, they got themselves 6 points. But game 2, 11. Game 3, 11. We saw them be consistent yesterday. It seems like they've really found their groove. It's not mesmerizing, but I think that there's a big foundation of strength behind NASR's play style where they're able to maybe use that foundation of strength to then push other elements of their play style, other elements of their solo play. And sometimes it's going to work out, sometimes it's not. But at the end of the day, they can still fall back on that foundational strength that's giving them, let's say, 10, 11, even 6. It's not bad. Even 6 points per game, it's not bad. So really, really good stuff from NASR. They're looking very competent in this lobby.
NASR looking strong again, as you say, the consistency with capital K is key. Nigma Galaxy also standing strong. KAMIKAZE there in the 8th position. Team Falcons bringing the start of the rear of the second page, though, with their 4 points. And do we mention it? Do we mention it?
No,
the
we
teams,
don't.
you know who they are.
Mention it. We don't mention it.
We don't mention it. We give them some slack for once.
Well, it's a kind of thing where it gets to a point where it becomes a bit of a broken record, and I never try to constantly like beat on a team, if that makes sense. So I'd rather say nothing, and then when they do good, I'm able to highlight that. It's not that I'm not acknowledging how badly some teams are performing, but if it's time and time again, I just rather not, dig that hole for them. I'd rather just stay quiet, allow them to find their feet again, and hopefully if they do, I can praise that.
Yeah, also, though, you have to look, I think, some of the other fighting going on, because when you look at that top page, we mentioned the changes on the leaderboard. Stalwart also, though, did have a really poor game back game 3. It is not to be on them, but actually to raise the point here, Imperium, that with Stalwart falling down on the leaderboard and a game that being so tight, the points begin to squeeze again more together, and all of these teams in the top 8, it can be anyone's game. Now, to the other extent, you may argue, Imperium, that maybe, well, it doesn't matter. They all qualify. It's still pride. Yeah. It's still to say that you got high enough, higher than other teams in the league stage overall.
Yeah, that's true. From a you do bring a good point on that, right? The psychological aspect for some of these teams on ending the league stage in kind of top 5, top 7 would be really positive, right? Because those are the kind of teams, or those teams are in the position where they need, you know, not that they need, but it will be way more of a benefit for them to end the league stage in a higher position. That might compromise their learnings and knowledge coming into the finals, but if it means that they feel more confident coming into the finals, then I also can't really argue too heavily against that. So that's definitely a good point you do bring into play when you're talking about these teams that are kind of in the running, in the fight for kind of top 5, top 6, top 7.
Best off moments from our third game, of course, reminding ourselves of Dami's brilliant 1v4 in our third match of the day. But also, you have to acknowledge that, yes, to go back to that point to Imperium, YaLLa stepping up to second place. You maybe, yes, all of you don't catch Rico Infinity Esports, who created, of course, that mega lead through the first week of Super Weekends. But you do have to think about YaLLa having that better result in second place, coming now into the finals. Potentially, we look towards that future high, often momentum in the league stage versus maybe a team like KURD, RTG, or 1Million, who maybe could be at that bottom of the leaderboard by the end of our 3 weeks, and then feel that difficulty of we have to perform better. We can't do as poor as what we did, and we have the pressure on us to perform better for not only us ourselves, but our fans and the rest of those watching too.
Exactly. Pressure is something that's really going to play into League Week 3 when we get to that point. So if you can take it away from yourself now, you're in a good shot. We still got 2 more games to go here in day 3 of the second Super Weekend. We're going to go for another break. We'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
Every time landing in my
with the PMPL Arabia here. 3 games down, still 2 more to go. Sanhok is next on the cards for us, but it was off the back of still what was a fantastic win through from YaLLa Esports, a 4-man strong finish for them and cementing, of course, that second place if you did miss it overall. But it was also, to be fair, a big win through from Dunak. Is jumping on board though. Imperium, Dunak getting themselves on board to that second place, getting those points, getting, more importantly, as we said before the break, that solidification at least a little bit up towards the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's looking good. They're now only 8 points behind 1Million Esports with, like I said, 15 less games. It's pretty maddening to see. And even if you look at another team, Rad, they're on 159 points. They're only 5 points ahead of 1Million Esports. It's just looking really safe for Triple D. Again, it's still going to require them to qualify for another Super Weekend as of right now.
Yes.
If they can get like 40 points in 2 games, I could argue they would make it on 1 Super Weekend. But it's certainly not something that you want to see happen. 2 Super Weekends would be ideal for Triple D.
How sad would it be if they don't make it into the 3rd Super Weekend? Would be mega sad, feels bad, man. But you've got to send them your support at home on social media too, to make sure that they get in onto that 3rd Super Weekend, using, of course, the hashtag PMPL to jump in onto the conversation, Imperium. So we said through YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also TikTok. All 5 of our social medias listed below. We said about it, though, 1 Super Weekend. I believe, okay, that they can get there off of the back of 1 Super Weekend is rare, extremely rare to see a team do that well. But they're still averaging their 10, 11 points per game.
It happened in PMPL South Asia 2020 Spring Split, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe 2021. No, I think it was 2020. Either way, it was the PMPL South Asia where one of the Mongolian teams, Seal9, only qualified for the 1st Super Weekend. They got 190 points in that 1st Super Weekend, and they didn't qualify for the next 2, and they still made it into the league finals. As you said, it's extremely rare, but it can happen. It's just not ideal. It doesn't help your team confidence. It doesn't help your momentum. It doesn't help just core experience, because you're missing out on basically 30 extra games in the Super Weekend. You're there twiddling your thumbs, and you can say, well, yeah, we'll do this tournament, we'll do that event. You know, the PMPL is a PMPL. You want to be in every single game of PMPL that you can be in.
Because as I said, your face is still in the finals, Imperium. That's the problem. Also on top of missing out on that bling, that fat stacks of money. 1,000 per game, but see who wins it here on our 1 game of Sanhok. It's been an intriguing, we could say, last 2 days on Sanhok. We've seen a zone that went all the way more towards one side. We've seen a zone that has split between the 3 islands. Now, where are we going to see it? Imperium, give me your luck. Give me your order that you talked about to these zones.
Look, it's going to be an Eastern circle shift. Apologies, my alarm went off.
Time to wake up.
Bingo, there you go. Good job. Good job. Well, no, not alarm, but timer per se. I did say it was going to be an Eastern phase 1, and I am correct. You know why? Because the meta says so. That's the algorithm meta. A lot of the time, we've had Eastern mainland phase 1s on Sanhok.
Look, I was really hoping it would go down towards the Southwest Island. I've not seen it in a while, but it is going to follow the meta, the Imperium meta, as I may call it now, because I don't know what you're doing to me, Imperium. Look, we had crazy zones, okay, the last 2 days, and ever since you've come in, you spoke about this order. You're killing me with it. You're chopping my legs off when it comes to really walking these tough zones into these players.
Look, I just want to give all these teams every opportunity to get a good result, and clean initial circles allows us to see that. We all love the madness, we all love the sadisticness of a hard circle, but in Sanhok, it's the one map especially where the teams deserve a bit of a break. The Mind Weapon iKURD have a pretty heavy split around the trifecta island with 2 on the South Bootcamp Hill. It's not bad. Obviously, it comes with a decent bit of risk. Nabo, you can see kind of in a bit of a 1v1 with the reef of Dunak. They're in their own split, so I can't really see the rest of Dunak supporting them for the time being. The one, like, rogue person that I see in all of this, and I don't know if you noticed, because I just noticed now, is that one player from 1 Million Esports. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was just a little bit of a miscommunication, a little bit of a parachute mistake. But there's one player at 1 million that's just outside bootcamp, in between the Mind Weapon, Dunak, and YaLLa, while the rest of his team are up on that kind of north coastal line.
Look, he's just bringing some charity, as we said, Imperium. You know, you got to bring every so often a little bit of love to some of these other teams. And he was like, you know, the Mind Weapon, you're looking a little bit short on the points, okay? So let me just send Lixty over. And there's a 3 point for you to begin with, and we'll give you some momentum.
To give you some statistical...
Ooh, hit me with a fact.
Stats or some statistical information. At least in this first Super Weekend, I know it's a limited amount of games played in the first Super Weekend of Sanhok. With Rico, KAMIKAZE, and CONQUEROR were the 3 top performing teams in that map, in this map, by quite a long shot as well. 13.7 for Rico. 16.3 for KAMIKAZE and 13.7 for CONQUEROR. The nearest team to them, interestingly enough, was Team Ride with 10. But, you know, those 3 teams were clearly ahead when it came to performance in Sanhok in the first Super Weekend.
I will draw on the facts here, as Lixty has been found by Nabo for the first possible kill of the game. He's in there. He's in the closet. He's been found. Oh, Nabo, you need to check the entire building, my friend. And the basic error allows Lixty to pick up at least 1 there for the Mind Weapon. A lapse in their judgment as they now close on the solo player here. But interestingly enough, I will argue that points were a bit skewed, because Rico Infinity, they did get that zone gifted to them, Imperium, yesterday, but they did a good job though. They were able to pick up the kills, they were able to use it and still take the win regardless. We have seen times where teams have given gifted the zone and then still lose to a 2nd or a 3rd position, as Osama, he is still looking here, finds Lixty, and there goes the troublemaker. 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, the Mind Weapon iKURD are going to punch their way into a little bit of sweet revenge. Phase 1, Blue Zone about to start closing in. DDD Esports is still in around the ruins area. Twisted Minds gone for a camp charity drop. They're still looting it up. KAMIKAZE in a really big spread between Top Mock and Mong Nai. They have the whole north all to themselves, while CONQUEROR have Camp Bravo just on the outside.
Oh, why would you open fire? Oh, Imperium, I sense mistakes happening here for the Mind Weapon. No, to open fire at this point when your team aren't ready to take the fight and you think you can try get one. Yes, they get Sanji, but a reset's just going to come out. And then where do the Mind Weapon go?
It's more the fact that Osama is just not really in the best place to support the 2 players from the Mind Weapon. I get the opening knock from Twisted Minds because it instantly slowed YaLLa down, but now they need to take that and kind of in some way disengage. That's what they're doing, so I do give them respect for that. YaLLa on their own side, they're kind of respecting that the Mind Weapon do have a little bit of a good spot in around that hillside, and I think they're also aware that the noise being made could alert them to being third party from another location. As you saw Rico, they're looking around. They could third party if they really want to push it.
Still, YaLLa though, probably heading in their journey towards Quarry. Every time we've seen a Sanhok like this Imperium, Corey has been realistically the center of attention. More of these hills, even these compounds just to the north of Corey as well, have been hotly contested. Dunak up towards that north side controlling those. And YaLLa, as you mentioned, are a little bit squeezed for position, but they won't have to worry considering it is phase 1. Is really the only action occurring here on the northern side is unfortunately there for KAMIKAZE. Or may have been 1 million, excuse me, losing out 1 to the rest of Revolution, down to 2 players for them.
Yeah, it's not really looking good for the 1 million so far in this game. Dunak, up around the Ban Hill is a good place to be. It's very kind of center in this phase 1, but still a good place to hold down. Quarry is always going to be an intriguing part of the circle to look to control, but it's not the first time we've seen the fight between 963, NASR, and even Falcon. Falcon are a little bit late to the party. 963 and NASR, they're getting us started early.
NASR, though, are in control of the quarry, but they have had 1 knock. Ragnarok on the way to being revived. Falcons, as you said, third partying, will confirm NOSA down. So now to 3 here for 963. And in the middle of the 2 teams is still the 3-man crew from Falcons flying their way up in towards the fight. And for 963, a position here, Imperium, where they look a little stuck of what to do.
That's something that 963 have had an issue with in the past, where they've just put themselves in awkward situations that they probably didn't need to put themselves in. And I know that as a team, it's so hard to know where to put yourself at times, especially in a map like Sanhok. But it is a pattern that I've seen from 963. They're fixing it. I can see the changes. But sometimes it kind of, because it happens a little bit more rarely, sticks out like a sore thumb a little bit more when it happens. Phase 2 pops up, goes down south. I wasn't expecting such a southern shift on phase 2. Have Quarry in play means the western side, maybe the Mind Weapon could hold on to it. Triple D if they want to push in super quickly. Otherwise, I can't see NASR 963 moving too far away from their current spots.
Yeah, comfortable position towards the center of zone here. Drop from the air is going to land straight onto Revolution. Also a great position for them, holding on to the edge of these roadsides, stopping a lot of these players from coming in. But Twisted Minds, they were wrapping around the back end as we talked it to the south side. Falcons, though, they spotted them, dispatched 2 already. And it is falling apart here for Twisted Minds on the south side. The quick smoke through for the revive, as it was a 2-for-2 trade actually, as Damar is left open, but because they go for the revives, they realize this. Twisted Minds body opening, focus Damar down and up the tables towards them.
This is a 1v1 if I'm not mistaken. Yusuf is going for the revive onto one of the Falcon players, while Kato's looking to do the same. I do have to say that this part of the hill and this part of the map is just such a really bad place to take a fight, and I don't really get why Twisted Minds really pushed here so heavily. They might have thought, yeah, we don't expect to see a team here. But again, not only is this Sanhok, secondly, the Falcons do kind of tend to loot up around this area. My point is, Twisted Minds didn't have to go so deep. They have been able to reset as a full squad. Falcons as a trio.
But we're still in the fight, and that's a problem because Nigma Galaxy, they are approaching underneath the same direction that Twisted Minds approached from. And Twisted Minds, if they fail to open this fight and close it quickly, they're going to find themselves sandwiched in between the 2 squads.
Like that nade from Rokas. He knows exactly where Wadia is.
Wadia.
Ooh.
Will dodge out those nades. You talked about those nades. They were beautiful. Dami knocked. We're dead. Finding now. Enigma. Right as that knock takes place, we said it. They found them. They've been rumbled. Twisted Minds. They didn't find that quick fight. Enigma, they are closing in. They hear the grenades popping. Lord looks to try bait one out. So does Ralph and Modi in the cross line. Looks for the nade onto Yusuf. Will tickle him down to half. Another forces Yusuf back. One in return, but it's not going to land true. And Yusuf now down to 25% running for the hills. Is also Twisted Minds looking for a space, but they're both running in the same direction. And Rolkir's knocked as a result.
There's nothing really both Falcons and Twisted Minds can really do in this situation. Twisted Minds still able to hold things down. Bar Rokas getting taken down. They should technically be still up as a full squad, and it's just lucky for them that Nigma pushed in on this side of the hill that they're not in.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though. Falcons, they drew the short straw. They will flan themselves in the 16th position, but Twisted Minds are not out of the woods yet. There are still few angry Nigma players here looking for the final cleanup of the second crew. Nade over the top. That looks beautiful. It bounces off, finds Rolkis again. Straight back down, and they're going to have to abandon as Vigors tries to get on the hell out of there. And that's the right decision, but it's still fighting elsewhere. Revolution also versus NASR. Kato wasn't even the fight, but is able to at least secure one knock, but it's going to amount to nothing as Vigors still loses his life.
And I do appreciate that Kato stuck around Kampong, because I think he knew that it was at that point in the fight in the game where I'm not really going to be able to do anything if I move now. I need to just stay here and hope that more of my teammates survive. If not, I'm left on my own. So overall, good stuff from Kato, while NASR Esports and Revolution trade the nades right in the dead center of this phase 3. It's shifted a little bit to the east, a little bit up north. We do still have Lakwai and the hillsides around it in play.
Still, Kato there, as you said, a solo in play, but a fighting is Nigma Galaxy. They seem to be drawing towards it once more. The hills above here, NASR and Revolution. It was a 1-for-1 trade so far between both teams, but both comfortable to settle here, at least somewhat, in this phase 3, not willing to make the push.
We've seen circles end around this area before. Lakwai Hills are quite tricky to control. Kamikaze are taking a bit of a risk, but they're also not committing massively to that one spot. Luckily, likes of Revolution, NASR, they're also kind of playing for the center compound, which I think overall is a little bit safer, makes a bit more sense. I gotta say, Nigma are doing a great job on the edge of the circle. I see the changes that they're trying to make. They're looking more coordinated. It's a big part of the reason why they're able to third party the Falcons' Twisted Minds fight.
And I like this change as well from Nigma, who usually are a team Imperium that goes towards the center of the zone. This time, they're playing towards more the edge, and they're avoiding the fight, something that they've struggled with, and focusing more in that positioning. Take advantage of the mispositioning of other teams, and it's working out brilliantly for them. But to see if it will continue that road, is the zone is on to its next move, and still in the center. All of these teams unwilling to move, though, until it makes its mark. Up towards the north and Barn, we may even have a zone here, Imperium, that ends where all of these players start on Sanhok.
Kalaris' favorite part of the Sanhok map, I say that in the most sarcastic way possible, he absolutely hates Ban. They do have a 2-2 split, which is absolutely fantastic in this part of the map. It's on that southern Ban hillside, plus it's to the northern side, which covers the kind of rocky area in the compound that you can see that's right on the edge of the circle. Kamikaze, Kante's knocked down, Rad pushing in on the edge of the hill. However, Kamikaze with Aziz on the other side is a great defense for KAMIKAZE to slow down Rad and possibly execute a revive.
KAMIKAZE making up to the third. You can see them edge closer. But Dar on the front, still wary of Rad coming over the top of his hill, who need to make it inside of the zone, like so many of you southern teams, Imperium. NASR weren't quicker than also Revolution to draw inside the building, so Revolution actually leapfrog over, take the next compound in play. Al-Hai, Rex still there, and you've got the one player still of QHT in the back to try to stop NASR in their tracks.
Nigma going for a big bold push into the circle. It's worked out, but I really am not a fan of it. They commit to it. They've gotten ahead of the likes of Stalwart UAE and 963. It hasn't stopped 963 from hearing the sounds of the vehicles and going, whoa, whoa, not overtaking our position, guys. We're going to punish you for that.
2 down. They have punished them correctly, so it's a tag team here between 963 and the Stalwarts. This is going to confirm at least one, but it goes over to 963. Stalwart UAE is not pleased. Instead, heal up. Easy. Tickled by the nade there from the edge of Nigma Galaxy. Is 963 also coming over the edge of the hilltop. Liza looking down on Freak, looking down on Easy, keeping the flank clear as they actually make the push here onto someone else entirely, Triple D. But they will not have any of that either. They have had enough, and they come over the hill. Yes, they lose one, but they find 1-for-1 trades. Nades going wide as Zuxi desperately cooking, but he realizes he's cooking one, and Human barely lives to tell the tale and gets a trade off.
The next circle shifts on over to the east. Rad able to make it over the Laquai hillside into the edge of the circle. The compound, I said, was safer, held onto by both Revolution and NASR. It is still in play. Majority held onto by 2 of the Revolution players. NASR are going to have to push up north while Triple D are pushing on to 963.
963 in a world of pain, but NASR are even worse off. They finally flushed out QHT, but the damage has been done. Hassan is the only one standing for NASR, but it's 963 who are falling to Triple D. Finally one back through from Liza. Guy so low as well, he could pull it off. Down, okay. 2 down, but it's a back end. He's so low, he's a sliver of HP. He's the perfect play as he heals back up. First aid out in, and Saif ticking to the blue, but he finds it, but he might just die for it. Is in the blue, he goes back to heal, but Triple D, they're done. Surely in this game is finally, they do have push up. Motorcycle in Imperium. I said they were done. They might actually live.
Hell of an effort from Lazar as the last player. 963 Triple D will somewhat survive as a duo. I don't know how many heals Push has, but he's a little bit further away from the circle than he would like to be. 1,000,000 Esports go down. Both KONQUEROR, Iraq, and Rico Infinity help to get the better of them. YaLLa Esports bite the dust. 10 teams, 27 players are left alive. Highland Wolf and Revolution, they lose another one.
A big savior there through from NASR is Rad snipe away one completely of Revolution. Rad's game to lose, but then they also lose a knock against them. Dunak between Nigma and Stalwart, losing 1, losing 2. Barely Dingo keeps himself up though. Nigma Galaxy also pressing the delete key on them. Rico Infinity Esports. They also have a delete key of their own. No, they find it either. Takes away 1, and that's all she wrote really here for Dunak, right on the edge of zone, in the middle of everyone, and Gringo says adios with the help of that KONQUEROR.
KONQUEROR, they only start this game as 3 players, but they have all 3 alive, not without the help of it to get a knock onto one. Kalika goes down as well, and Groza, he's healing up in the blue, but his 2 teammates going down means that heal strat is ever so vital for KONQUEROR survival.
And CONQUEROR, if they can live, all props to them. Imperium are coming in with 3 players, but they're making it work into the final 7. Don't fix what ain't broken. If you can find the heals, you can find the medics. Unfortunately, Stalwart in need of 1 as they fall down to our final 6. Triple D Saif, the solo also under fire. There they go. 2 to 5 as quickly as we come. Still 3 solos playing. But it's KAMIKAZE, the final ones with a chance to push on into the zone to steal this game away.
Oh, so that's screwed. The second Kante looks in anyway down that hill. He's a goner. I also understand, though, why Kante is more prioritized on the compound. Oh, just look to your left. Just look to your left. That peripheral vision, Kante, he was right there in front of you.
Still doesn't notice him. The surprise is still there. What? Still in the game. Revolution. Molly back to the exit of KAMIKAZE. Trying to stop them coming further forward. In regards to that, he steps up. He finds 1. That might be the help that Revolution here need. It's a silence down NASR in the back of the fight versus KAMIKAZE and Rad. And now it's a 2 versus 3. Kante going for the revive. It could be brave if they go back for it. Is Revolution pinning down the pressure. They are going for the revive. The smoke is a Hail Mary play. And Ahahi, I don't think he has the eyes to spot it.
Phase 8 did shift up north. Both teams have 1 player in the edge of the circle.
Groza. Look at who's alive, bro. I didn't even see him. CONQUEROR. They're trying to spy down from the edge. Finally, they go down in 3rd place, but they get the placement points they were after. KAMIKAZE to the final 2 teams. They've got all 4 up. This should be a clean wipe for them. For Revolution, they don't go down easy. The nade, the molly is enough to finally get them to push in onto the first killer. Hahe, he tries his best. He maybe gets 1 placement point here and there, but from behind, they're encircling you round. And KAMIKAZE, they get the 4th chicken dinner of the day, Imperium.
Yeah, good play from KAMIKAZE. Good push down the hill. Good stranglehold on that northern side. Lakwai Hill did come into play towards the end, but Revolution, that early push into the compound that they held on with kind of NASR. They were partners in crime, per se, for a lot of the game. And then they moved up north. It got them a 2nd place. Good game from Revolution. This Sanhok, on the east, it becomes very, very tricky. Because we're seeing more of them, I am observing more of how teams are starting to do things a lot more roughly than others are. I think Nigma was a great example up until they went for that kind of bold push. Great example of playing on the edge of the circle in the first half of the game and being rewarded with a couple of elimination points at least. And then Rico Infinity just kind of doing Rico Infinity things.
Still big stuff though, as you highlighted. Revolution for themselves here, Imperium, getting the points they also needed in that game. And you said, give them the props when they get the win, when they get, or at least good points here, Imperium. They were able finally to grab them. And I think it was all off the back, honestly, of the play they made versus NASR. On that then gatekeep away from NASR, because they moved 2 players very quickly up on that next zone shift. That's the type of play, that's the type of decision-making immediately after the zone shifts that we were highlighting at the start in game number 1 today.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm glad you mentioned those much-needed points from Revolution, because they were coming into this game on a total of 168. So relatively close to that kind of cutoff point. You add 20 on top of that, that's 188. With 1 more game to go, if they can add another kind of 10 to 15 point result, I really think Revolution will be all good in the hood for the league finals. KAMIKAZE, they dropped down to 5th with that 21 point chicken dinner. And the likes of, well, actually, YaLLa Esports are the only team that really did kind of like badly in the game. CONQUEROR had a good game. NASR overall had a half decent game. So it means that Kamikaze are going to have to continue to fight if they're going to make it into second place.
Yeah, Kamikaze, they also grab themselves, so more importantly here in this game, the $1,000 that we were talking about at the start, Imperium, and that's going to go right in onto their pockets. Multiple chicken dinners now for them, heading up as close to Rico Infinity Esports more than any other team. The other one, not Triple D this time, I'm going to say, but Dunak as well. Big props to them. Keeping the consistency, at least, Imperium, when it comes to their 6, 7, 8, 9 points that they've been getting here and there through the entire of the Super Weekend. In that consistency, yes, it's not flashy, but it's keeping them in relevance heading into possibly their return Super Weekend Week 3.
Of course, I've noticed and I've been pretty impressed with Dunak's performance as a team. I think they've improved a lot in terms of sticking together, not kind of going too bold into the circle as solo players. They've cleaned up a lot of smaller mistakes, which is resulting in them getting more consistent, more solidified points in these games. And I have to say, they're in probably the healthiest position they've been in as a team and how they're playing in game since the very start of the PMPL. So fair play to Dunak. Looking at the second side of the page, so 1 million, 2 points.
Yeah, 1 million,
iKURD, 2 points. It hurts.
Looking dangerous for them is a polite way to put it. There's meaner ways to say it, but we're going to keep it PG for them. There's still one more game that they can make the points happen. I'm almost losing confidence, in them here, Imperium.
Yeah.
I'm worried that with this consistent underperforming, albeit we had at least one small glimmer of hope from 1 Million Esports earlier on Miramar, it's been looking dire.
Like, just to give you a bit of perspective, because we have two teams that qualify for this weekend that didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend, the Mind Weapon iKURD and Triple D.
Yes.
Triple D have roughly, and could end up as factually, but have roughly 3 times the amount of points as the Mind Weapon iKURD. 3 times in the same amount of games. So we're seeing the polar opposites of a team who seemingly were ready to come into the Super Weekend fighting, and a team that maybe, although qualified, are still a little bit out of their depth. It's hard to see. It's hard to say, to be honest, but it is what it is, and that's all we can really comment on.
Yeah, I think it's also sad to see that they also performed so well on the league stage too. And I wasn't there to see it, but I know you and Zute were fairly impressed with what the Mind Weapon iKURD were bringing to the table. But it is also, Zute would say, from the distant echoes, I can hear him saying league play is not the same as the Super Weekend where Imperium. And that is never truer than I think here in the Mind Weapon iKURD. But there is still one more game to go, and I'm hoping we send our prayers out to the Mind Weapon iKURD into 1 Million Esports. If they can get any good game, there's one more chance to do it, and it's on Erangel in game number 5. I want to see them. I want to see them perform.
Yeah, and coming into that third league week, ending the Super Weekend on a bit of a strong result will allow them to, not that it cancels out the struggle of the Super Weekend, but it nearly kind of blocks it out per se. It nearly kind of like says, okay, look, it doesn't matter. We ended the Super Weekend on a high note. We can carry that into the third league week as we look at the upper moments of the fourth game of the day here in Sanhok. That fight between Falcon Esports and Twisted Minds, there's multiple elements to what went wrong for Twisted Minds. One, the initial engagement was really not in a good place on the hillside. If you look at how they approach it and how Nigma approached it, for example, Nigma approached it on one solidified area and they create a much stronger stranglehold, whereas Twisted Minds were too heavily separated and they were a little bit more linear. Secondly, it's a prime example of why, when you engage in Sanhok, you want to make that engagement as quickly as possible. You want to finish that fight as quickly as possible, because even as early as phase 2, you can get third party.
And it was about those quick engagements that do end up being successful. We saw it there in Revolution. We also saw it in an extent, though, to some of these other squads like Rad, who are making those quicker rotations round in towards the edge of the zone, finding those good results. Similarly, still in Triple D, that was also why they got the good placement points. That's why we see them another good result here in Imperium, because they made the heads-up rotation to get the buggy, or should I say, get the motorcycle and get in onto the zone. Got to see if they can get a good result. And as we say, pray for some of our teams to get a finally good seeing on that match ranking. So we'll see you there on Erangel for our final Super Weekend 2 game. One more game. As always, it's so adorable, Imperium, because we're back here with the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. The cringe, it doesn't stop. And neither do I or Imperium casted one more Erangel match. But we've still got chance. There's a chance, as we said, for the Mind Weapon iKURD and also 1 million. To an extent, Rods, we can throw in the melting pot too there, Imperium, to get a good match on board. Yes, Rod got the placement points, but they're still in the firing line to get that Super Weekend free otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. It is. I'm looking at kind of, I would say 10th down to 15th. Right. Yeah, 10th down to 15th. With all due respect to Mind Weapon iKURD, this one game isn't really going to save them too much. They it might help, of course, but they're looking at kind of like next week and making it into the third Super Weekend. Right. So 10th down to 15th. It's all about those teams and how many points they can garner in this final game to create a bigger cushion, to make it easier. Because like I said, there's absolutely no real security right now that all of these teams are going to make it into the third Super Weekend. Out of all of them, I look at Triple D and I go, yeah, they're through, but even I understand that they haven't made it into one Super Weekend, so I can't guarantee they're going to make it into the third.
Yeah, to be fair, Triple D, when they make it into the Super Weekend, they look fantastic. But as you say, they've also missed one Super Weekend. Yep. And fair enough, if they don't make it, there's still the risk that even after everything that they have done fantastically with Super Weekend, they could still not make it in mathematically. And that's the harshness of not making one Super Weekend before. Otherwise, they might be even up on top of that top leaderboard alongside Rico and DDD Esports. But as you said, there are some other teams. You're looking more like the RAD or 1 million Esports. You've also got many other of these teams to looking out for on top of Triple D. If you want to send out your prayers, your support at home, jumping in onto our social media, you can support all of those teams too, using the hashtag PMPL and giving a little bit of love to all of these players who, quite frankly, need the points.
They do. I've written an article on why fan support is a massively important part of a team's success, and being able to throw your support out using the hashtag PMPL for your team it makes a big difference. You tag them, you say, hey, you may not be doing the best, but we still support you. Hashtag PMPL, job done. Because when a team is performing badly, honestly, that's when they need the support the most. When they're kind of down in the dumps, they need that fan support to kind of pat them on the shoulder and go, it's okay, guys. You've got this. We're still behind you. We still believe in you.
Yeah, and that's where, if we can get that support coming, particularly in onto the third league stage, that picked me up that they need to get back into the Super Weekend, as we say, teams like the Mind Weapon iKURD. Also, you don't forget some of the teams like RTG, also KURD 12, who coming back into next week, Imperium, will also need that support on top of course, Headquarter and 4K, who, quite frankly, need a Triple D Esports style of week to even remotely challenge some of these other squads.
I really do try to be like, it's not over till it's over.
Yeah. CO9, Imperium, you said it, it's possible. Positivity, you know, positive vibes.
No, genuinely, you know what? That's fair. 4K, Headquarters, you're right. Next week, you've got the opportunity, pull it out of the bag, and at least you're taking in your control. So yeah, genuinely well responded by you. It was kind of me having a bit of a cynical take, but you brought me back in line, Highland.
I'm good. We can put ourselves back in line because we're heading through to our final match here, Imperium Erangel. It's all down to these teams, 10th to 15th place, as you said. I, for one, am looking out for probably 1 million esports. I think that they are the team that we've seen a little bit of light coming through, as we said on Miramar. I think they have the potential more than some of these other teams to get out and kicking on our leaderboard.
I don't really have any full reason to disagree as we look at the playing path. It's more for me Rad as well, because they're coming in off the back of a solid 10.8 Sanhok. So I look at that and go, okay, that's good confidence, that's good potential momentum leading into this final game of the day. That playing path, my man, that is absolutely bang on, clean as a whistle, diagonal from the southeast over to the northwest.
That is, quite frankly, the best playing path that you could probably ask for coming out of this final game. It's been a horrible week for these players to try to compete in a courtesy of myself and Zute, but we can at least close it out with one nice game. I will give it one chance, one opportunity to finally say, let's just have a fair game of PUBG. Slap center circle. I want to see the entire circumference of that white circle itself.
Some usual drop spots being played out for this final game of the day. I like that 1 million. I presume it's on purpose, are sending a couple of players over to the western side or northwestern side of Military Island. That phase one's popped up, and it's not quite as center as you wished for.
I would have liked a little bit up.
I know. But it's heavily enough down the very south and a bit to the west, and it seems like it's going to be a Military Island finish for
Don't say that words.
Game.
Don't say that words.
Sorry.
Zute said it seems to be 20% zone in the South Island yesterday, and then where did it go? Down to the South Island regardless. So
did that to me in the Sanhok game as well, where up until he was like, the circle's not going to end on the Northwest Island, and up until I think phase 7, technically that circle was still on that Northwest Island. I was like, Zute, why are you doing this to yourself? So, but I'm not Zute. I'm Imperium, and I'm good. I'm a nice guy. No, Zute is a wonderful guy, but I'm not a cursor. Zute is.
Maybe that's why we've had the nice zones. Maybe it's not been me. Zute's been like, Highland, you're the absolute zone cursor, and I've been riding along with that. But then I realized Zute's not here today, and the zones have been fairly good.
Well, you're like the Robin to his Batman of curses.
I just run along beside him, right?
And now you can be the. Trying to think of a good Lord. Have you seen Lord of the Rings movies?
I have seen. What a brilliant series!
You can be my Frodo. You can be my Frodo to Gandalf.
Oh, okay. I thought I could maybe be like you're like Sam to your Frodo, I could like run along beside you with the kit, and I could like go along the merry journey to the Mount
No,
Doom
because if I'm gonna
end.
be anybody, I'm gonna be Sam, because here's the thing, I think Sam is cooler than Frodo. So you can be the Frodo to my Gandalf.
Okay.
Sorry, you can be the Sam to my Gandalf. Anyway.
Are you saying that you're old now, Imperium? Is that what's happening?
Yes, I am. I'm extremely old.
Old and wise. Is that what we say?
Here you go.
Old and wise.
Exactly.
Wiser than me. DDD Esports in the fight versus beginning as they get charged upon their own location of Novo. Stalwart Esports 1-for-1 trade. Right now is also Twisted Minds may decide to come and cross over, but will hold them on the top side. I'm wondering if they will hear the fighting and engage, as it seems to be quite a slow fight. Maybe the fact that Rolkid's not there was why they weren't engaging.
So this is interesting for Triple D. I don't like the fact that they've gone for the revive. Not only was it because it was slowly, But now they do have a player confirmed up, and it didn't look like they really had the support in that area of the map. Quick reactions from Humam as he does get a trade in return, and Triple D are trying to set themselves up to have a stronger level of support. Humam pulls out a Hail Mary of a nade, while his other two teammates are now pushing onto easy.
But look at the map. Guess who's coming in to party, Imperium? It's the Pink Twisted Minds. And this fight wasn't finished quick enough. Triple D. Yes, they're trying to clean it up quickly, but Twisted Minds are here to play. Two maybe fall down, but Human's under fire. Four-man crew. They're looking for it. They pick up Mexico, and it's disaster for both of them as they overextend. Twisted Minds meet them all and seal the fate of them all.
It's not over yet. Humam is not knocked. Triple D do still have two players crossing to give that level of support. Lovely smoke spin in the end. The nade from Rokas is going to get the knock onto Humam. Confirmation comes through. Great opportunistic play from Twisted Minds, and I gotta say the way they pushed that as a full squad over on the left hand underside of the bridge was perfect, right? Because they didn't have all the information in that world, so by pushing as a full squad together, any kind of unexpected knocks were more than likely going to get traded instantly. And yeah, in the end, they pick up a couple of elimination points, but they don't squad out Triple D, and Triple D do still survive as a two-person team.
They get back, and also I like the fact that on getting the information, by the way, Imperium, they then went to the side of the bridge that was less occupied. They saw Stalwart on the other end at the end of their own lives and decided to go the opposite way. So don't make the same mistake that Stalwart did, and that's why Stalwart, as it's a boo, it is down to one player. 963 also looking to make the crossing, but I don't think too many of these teams are gonna look to make that crossing overall. As you highlighted, this zone isn't only South Island, it's still up towards the heights of Potato Hill, and it could easily still shift back towards a northern shift.
So the game is settled a little bit off the back of that bridge camp engagement that we saw the start of the game. 1 million, like I said, they initially had two players drop onto Military Island. What they did was they sent two of their players down to the very southern side. That's not a bad idea. However, with the two other players dropping in Primorsk, I think it would have been a little bit more advisable for the two players that dropped on Military Island to be a little bit more towards the west. I'm not saying that they would have been able to, let's say, control against Conqueror Iraq, who are on that western side of the island. But when you're talking about two players of your team being in Primorsk, if the other two players are on that kind of western side of Military Island, they're able to give information, so it makes a botation from that Primorsk area a lot more attainable. That's if they're looking to play that playstyle. What they could do is do what you've talked about, which wait for phase 2 to pop up, see if it shifts massively to the mainland, and at least then they have two players in the mainland as an anchor point for the other two players. So I see what they're trying to do. Just the observation came from if they were presumably looking to have the full squad in Military Island.
Yeah, it's looking as if they're trying to hedge their bets 50-50. They're like, at least it's going to go one way rather than the other.
Yeah.
And we're going to have some form of hope in this game, but it's still risky, and it's incredibly risky considering that if it does shift to the south side, not only are Jabal and Wolves not going to have the position ideally as much in towards that South Island, but also you have teams like Dunak, also YaLLa moving across, and that's with YaLLa also going to push teams like Revolution and KONQUEROR back into the island, which then creates even less space for, of course, 1 million to try to take up.
Phase 2 pops up and it does shift massively down south, it seems. I'm not trying to pull a Zute, but it does seem like we're going to have a finish. What I love is that Nigma Galaxy took that coastline position on the mainland that I always want to see a team pull off in this kind of phase 1, phase 2 circle, because they can make a direct rotation across the water, swim through, and get onto the beachside position. They could even have sent a player over there on phase 1, but the fact that they had the full squad on that coastline position is absolutely great to see.
The point is, it didn't need to, because the zone still in phase 2 is with them, and I like that patience coming through from Nigma. I respect it. Is Rad not respecting, though, here the position of Falcons, as they don't really care if they go in or not. They're going to burn their house down anyways. So that's looking for the nade, but they've only found a few knocks outside. As their final Wadade will fall, and it's down to the final 2. The last stand is a jump out the window, never alone. Not really caring at all that rather outside. But now, his position's locked, but it's a bait. It was actually the bait as Yusuf finds the nades. And they couldn't find a cook-on's never alone, despite how vulnerable he was looking. So that almost walks into a second from Yusuf. And Rad looking like they may even lose another.
Oh my God.
On the edge of the nade. Finds the 2. Falcons are clawing this one back from nothing. As they peek over, look for the first, but it's an over-aggression. Should have gone for Munir. Instead, never alone. Pays for it with his life. It's even here, the mind weapon. They're looking for the fight. Imperium, they're not going to go for it. They could have actually, I think, stolen this one and tried to camp out Falcons and Rats.
Well, the mind weapon have shown in the past that they can be passive at times, and they're not taking the opportunity. I think because the blue zone is closing in, at the end of the day, both Rad and Falcon aren't really going to benefit from continuing with this fight, despite Falcons forced to stay in this area. Rad, they lost to a player, but they do still have a 3-person team. The next phase is close to showing up. On the side note, Nigma have made their way across onto Military Island. Dunak are going for a rotation. 1,000,000 went for a rotation from the 2 players in Primorsk, and because they had the 2 players in the anchor point spot on the southern side of the circle, they made it across as a full squad. So props to them as they waited for phase 2.
Not so much props, not so much celebration. So for 963, it's a feeling the pain of Twisted Mind still here on the bridge, continuing to be the menace, the nuisance. Is behind the broken bus is their final call. They're going to jump into the water. They're giving up on it. They'll leave down at least one. It's the best they can do, as you say. It's all that they've got, and at least they're now going to swim into the zone with some form of survival.
Information should technically have been given over by Twisted Minds, as they have that 1 player on the hillside across the way. Rokus goes into FPP mode as the smoke is trying to give a little bit of protection to that 963 player, but it's not going to be the case as Trippy trips over the bullets of Twisted Minds. Rokus gets the elimination point, but as the next circle does shift up away from the bridge, Twisted Minds need to go. Holding on to the eastern edge of the circle, it's going to be strong high ground for Twisted Minds as they look to end day 3 of the second Super Weekend on a good, strong note.
But they've still got so many more people we can camp, Imperium. It looks so juicy for them. The only real problem is, unfortunately, phase 3 is going to begin to close in 10 seconds. And inside the blue, the mind weapon, they seem to still be forcing the issue versus Rad. NASR even potentially jumping in here over Rad and tripping up, just like my words here, are Twisted Minds. My weapon, unfortunately, trying their best to find Rad, but it seems very slow, and they even will lose one. That's a knock that they didn't need here. Yes, they get Rad, but the damage is so clearly and evidently done.
Oh, and in comes NASR, who are going to be absolutely
so
blind.
Happy.
They do see the smoke in front of them. They're going to wait it up. Very little meds utilizing.
Oh no.
They have to try and heal up with that 1 first aid, but that's some lovely sprays coming in from the distance while the rest of the team are going to push up. Rico Infinity as well, looking to head towards this eastern bridge. I kind of don't like what all of these teams are doing, and it leads me to be a little bit disappointed, because I think there is a lack of real kind of,
For Rico,
they're so simple. They're so simple to try and pull off. This is what you see in like tier 2. I'm sorry, but this is what you see in tier 2.
I agree. I completely agree. Rico, if you looked at their position coming in, they had that northern cliff. That is still in play in phase 3. They didn't have to force this issue across the bridge back into the blue again so far, who you know someone will be camping on that other side of the bridge, closer towards that zone. So it's a series of comical errors, quite frankly, from Rico Infinity that have brought them down to either as a solo player, and yet they are still beginning to force it because now they put themselves so far down the pit of despair that either can do nothing but try to survive in this stupid idea there was trying to cross that bridge.
They commit to it. They commit to it. Twisted Minds have committed to hanging on towards the eastern hillside. The 2 to 3 remaining NASR players are going to look to avoid on the beach side, and it might work out for them. The circle shifts on over to the west, but it is still a good 50% water in play, Highland Wolf. You gotta feel bad man at the hands of that as YaLLa send it over on towards the western bridge. They have 2 anchoring in towards the compound, but KAMIKAZE, they're here to fight. They need to defend this compound if they can defend it. But here comes Revolution. 3 teams for this one compound.
They're all fighting for it because they know Imperium, there's nothing else to fight for. So they've got one compound, you got the mountain maybe towards the south, but they're not there in that position of the map. It's this compound that they truly want. It's big enough to hold at least 2 teams, but 3, 4, we're getting at a push now. YaLLa looking for that push onto KAMIKAZE to hold them back. Keep part of this zone to themselves as KAMIKAZE doubled down. All 4 members now approaching towards that south side of it. NASR barely surviving here. Oh, it looks so dangerous though. 1 nade through that windowsill finds them, and yes, it does. It's a molly there that gets them. Nigma Galaxy 2 for the piece of 1.
I think it actually would have been a better idea to utilize the southern side of the road and the southern side of the circle, because even if you look at it, you go, well, that's the kind of smallest part of the circle. You got to think this phase has a good 50% water in place, so that south side of the road doesn't really look as bad as you might initially think. So good play from Twisted Minds, good play from 1Million, despite them having a player knocked down to try and control this southern edge of the circle. All the while, Nigma Galaxy, you saw them get rid of NASR. That's the benefit of that coastline push as early as they pulled it off, and they've held on to coastline, and they're being rewarded with a level of control on the eastern edge of the circle now.
Fortunately, 1Million met their maker here on the south side, though. Twisted Minds up to 7 kills for this final match. Looking to solidify themselves, as you said, Imperium, into that finals. 1Million Esports now down. It's been an unfortunate weekend, but rest up, come back into the league stage stronger. It's all keep it positive here for 1Million. It's unfortunately for them, Twisted Minds take them down, but KONQUEROR Iraq here looking to play with Twisted Minds, also having a spectacular day from our first 2 games, looking to end it off at the high 2.
Good positioning from Twisted Minds. They have a bit of a 2-2 split. 3-1 for KONQUEROR Iraq, which I look at as being a tiny bit stronger. But it's the type of hill where you can't really overpeak, where you're relying on that utility. And KONQUEROR Iraq, they've got the initial lock with the grenade, and now they need to push.
Twisted Minds, the zone is coming in, though, and the fight is drawing ever closer. KONQUEROR Iraq, they're here.
Lovely.
1 found by Rolkis. He gets the beginning knock. But there, Kaito, a nade into the back of him, puts him down low and makes it a little bit more urgent.
Beautiful.
Straight into the heart, that nade, the Twisted Mind fans, and into the hearts of those players. Rolkis. Emergency smoke. Vigors back on the revive. Dami in for the support. Has to come closer. Conqueror, though, utilizing the time that they thought to get the revive. Revo was low, but I'm not sure they needed to go for the revives. They could have maybe found one and then looked for the push instead. Is now turning her attention downhill. Conqueror Iraq all getting in one Jeep. It's about as scary as you like, Imperium, because they're going deep into the zone for that push.
And that's exactly what Twisted Minds are going to do, as this compound is still in play. Conqueror Iraq going to send it into the dip. It's at risk of nades, so they're going to have to cover their backs, but I think it's a good place to hold down for Conqueror Iraq. They do still have that full squad up. Twisted Minds, they lose Rokus, but 2 players are being able to make it on towards the very southern edge of the circle by the side of the road. 2v4, but will the third party come out to play?
They look for the rematch versus Conqueror Iraq, but it's Conqueror Iraq who have all 4 players. But look at the nade. It found 2 from the hands of Revolution.
That's what I'm talking about.
They're pinned into the ground, quite literally. The random vehicle in before the compound is the only thing protecting Twisted Minds too. Another bounce into a destruction of Revolution have looked to clean up the party. Rosa underneath, but Revolution don't give a damn as they look high for the next one, looking for the final member, and they find it in Conqueror Iraq, right from the face of Erangel's Earth.
Yeah, I said it was a good place to be, but that dip is just so volatile to nades, and Revolution on 7 eliminations as they clean up YaLLa Esports inside that compound. Of course, with the water still in play on this phase 5, you have Rico Infinity, Ida in the water, you have Gringo of Dunak in the water, and Zuxi of 963 in the water. The rest, they're all on land.
963 to survive in the water after the abysmal series of events on that eastern bridge. That's keeping them in this game. Is now, unfortunately for Triple D, it might be the end of the road for them. Guy, it was a valiant effort, yes, but he's got all of Nigma Galaxy looking down on him. The vehicle goes flying in onto the blue and his one hope of escape. Now with it too. Spraying down, won't find it. Nigma Galaxy still keeping their eyes, their heads swiveled on the back, for of course these little fishies coming out of the water. As you said, the water is still in play. Triple D Esports no longer can play the game though.
Nigma Galaxy have played this coastline position by the beach just so well. Yes, it's being made easier by the other teams really struggling to understand core positions of this map, core rotations, but otherwise it's really been that kind of like high PMGC level gameplay from Nigma. Freak does get knocked. Revolution is my name and Nigma is my game, but that's gonna be beautiful knock by Roof with that nade.
Oh, what? The triple though, wow. What? He's not done. Imperium. It's like he's got pinpoint accuracy. He's watching onto Revolution, but it's not cheats, it's just all skill. Ralph smokes insanely around himself as he knows now he's in the position of the zone. He's got the area of the map all to himself. Blocks the line of sight. Still Zuxi, still Ida, still Gringo inside the water, and the solos have brought themselves in onto the final 5.
This realistically should be Enigma chicken dinner. The one thing they just might not be fully aware of is that final player from Twisted Minds, Dami, still on the land southern side of the circle. You do see one of the Nigma players is looking in that direction, but with just that lip of the hill giving time to Dami, might be able to creep in. Timing and a little bit of luck for Dami could see him steal this game away.
Dami making their way further in. Enigma Galaxy here, also Imperium, Hamodi and Ralph. They're on either ends of this zone, but they control it as you say. But look at Ida. She's found Zuxi. They wave. They say hello.
Hi.
We're in the final 5. Congratulations, Zuxi. Congratulations, Ida. They shake their hands and they just say, you know, we can't get in this boat. We can't shoot each other. Why not be friends?
Oh, unfortunately, the timing isn't quite there because nobody from the water looked to execute a movement onto the beach side, which just gave that time for Nigma to cover their backs, and they take down Dami at Twisted Minds. 4 teams left, 2v1 Sorry, 5 players left with 4 teams, 2v1 v1. Like I said, this is an Enigma chicken dinner. Ain't nobody making it onto that shoreline to pull out a gun ahead of Nigma.
Look, Zuxi and Rico, though, they found friendship, Imperium, where you would think that there wouldn't be a possibility of it. Dunak, though, they're not interested. They're trying to get to this water, but as you say, Nigma Galaxy, unfortunately, is just looking at way too damn good for them. They've got themselves the final piece of circle. They've got themselves the land. They throw the flames on into the water. And now they look for the finish. They're even going to drive the car in. They're feeling that confident, quite frankly. Hamodi. Oh, no, he's not. I thought he might just go in the water, try to find a shot in underneath. There he goes, right as I suspected. And there, it's time to stop the party. Ida might be falling first. Who can evade the shots long enough? Rico falling in 4th.
Oh, no way!
Zuxi
Dunak
gets himself second. Does he get it? Does he steal the vehicle away? Gringo, he's trying.
Yes,
They're trying to play against each other. Hamodi doesn't go down, though, completely. And it's still Ralph. As much as it's beautiful for him, who has the land, who has everything. They blow him up. Hamodi's had enough. In Zuxi, 963, valiant plays, grabs themselves the 2nd place, grabs themselves the points of period that they were looking for. A little bit of a dance in the water, but a nade finishes him off.
Yeah, look, that was a way more entertaining finish than I expected. Hamodi drive that vehicle into the water, and then Gringo played him at his own game just to put a little bit of pressure onto Hamodi. He ended up getting out of the vehicle and actually made it onto the shoreline so that his feet was on the sand and he was able to pull off a first aid. But otherwise, just a really well executed game from Nigma Galaxy. Again, to reiterate, they would have and should have technically had more pressure on that coastline position. But between the circle shifts and just a lot of teams sloppily trying to make rotations across bridge, and we saw a number of fights on that eastern side of the bridge, across on towards that military island side, it was made a lot easier. But that is a big difference between kind of a proper PMGC level team and a PMPL level team at this point. Nigma knew that that coastline position on phase 1 was absolutely spot on. They moved across on phase 2, and it was just easy peasy lemon squeezy from there.
Nigma Galaxy coming out with the final win, and there they bring it through with the 23 points for themselves, 15 points heading through for Twisted Minds in our 2nd position. But it's big. It is huge for our 3rd to 5th place teams, Imperium, because all of those teams, as we said, needed those points. Dunak again being voted most consistent, keeping themselves in 5th there with 10.
And DDD Esports once again getting themselves 6 points. It's just I don't think today, at least, they've had a 0-point result for DDD, and even across the first 2 days so far, they haven't had a 0-point result. Like, that's exactly what you want. Yeah, okay, the full ideal is that any bad result you get is still above 6 points. But even then, if you can walk out of every single game gaining some amount of points, that is absolutely the best. Like, that is pretty much the best you can ask for. So great job, DDD Esports. They've extracted a hell of a weekend for themselves in this first super weekend. And let's see if they have been able to at least get ahead of both Rad and 1 Million Esports in their first 15 games.
Yeah, big results through from these top three or these third to fifth position teams. They're also NASR, you cannot deny, who have had a stellar super weekend, also grabbing themselves 9 and Triple D in 8th position there, grabbing themselves the 6th. YaLLa also on board to the top of that leaderboard there with 6, but it's as we head down lower, Imperium, Rad at least with 4, but the mind weapon iKURD with 2, 1 million esports with 1. Slight, no words really, to be honest, for it, because it's been a, other than dire, I would say, is a word we could use for their weekend.
Yeah, like what, last game 1 million got 1 point, game 4 they got 2 points, game 3 they got game 3 they got themselves 3 points, game 2 they got themselves 13 points, and then game 1 they got themselves 0 points. One good game in a set of 5 is going to get you nowhere, right? It's going to get you absolutely nowhere. And that's why I said about 1 million, you know, and other teams having that good game isn't a sign that you don't have confidence. It's a sign that you're just not experienced enough to deal with this kind of lobby, and you're not set up enough to deal with this kind of lobby. And that isn't like personal shade at them at all, right? Not at all.
No.
You know, this is the start of the 2022 ecosystem, and yes, this is PMPL.
It's a long way.
We do expect high standard, but there's scope, big scope for the likes of 1 million Rad and other teams to improve and step up coming into the you know, coming into later in the year in the second half of the PMPL. So the next thing I'd love to see is 1 million be at the kind of top half of the full split PMPL, right? Because that would be a beautiful level of improvement. So, you know, bring it on, guys. Bring it on.
Yeah, I for sure want to see them come up strong. I think the biggest statement we can say is actually who you see on Rico Infinity Esports. Now, Rico last year, same time, Imperium, they had a bad showing. They barely qualified for finals off the back of their final games. It's maybe a similar story here for 1 million, but if Rico in 1 year can improve as much as they have, who's to say that 1 million can't do the same
exactly.
also? And to see where they get to with Rico now today. On that leaderboard, though, a big game, as we say, from Nigma Galaxy on that final match, bring them back into the top half of our leaderboard, 225 points. And I think it's fair to say that every one of these teams is qualified in for the finals.
Yeah, all these top 8 are absolute bang on, even if they don't make it into the final super. Again, nothing to worry about. It's just, of course, getting there and then being able to add to their total winner chicken dinner tally. The record in this PMPL held by Rico Infinity with 7. They're 3 ahead of KAMIKAZE, NASR with 2, YaLLa with 2, CONQUEROR. I'm really happy with CONQUEROR. There's a couple of small things they need to clean up, but they're really impressing me. And I know I've talked about them already, but it's just so easy to echo the sentiment when they're pulling out kind of result after result. And NASR Esports, they've proved themselves. They've really proved themselves this weekend.
Yeah, NASR definitely stepping up in a big way, and that consistency showing as they grab themselves at least 4th position and only 2 points, keep in mind, Team Imperium behind that tie for 2nd and 3rd overall. The higher placement points there bring CONQUEROR into that 2nd position. Nigma, as we said, we talked about, I think Twisted Minds were the other one that really were the big show up there, especially in that final game, getting those kills, getting that position, bringing them back in onto that 6th position ahead there of Stalwart, who have had a slightly more disappointing day, but overall have still had a stellar 2 weekends with their 218 points. Moving down, though, Imperium, this is where it matters.
Like Team Falcons, they've dropped out of the first half of the standings. It's not by much because they were in 7th, but they're down in 9th. They should overall be pretty comfortable. I Can't see them not qualifying for the third Super Weekend,
No.
but even if they don't, I think those points are enough right now. It starts to get scarier when you move down from, again, I would nearly say 11th. I think 963 are just about right. But Revolution on 200 bang on with 0 chicken dinners as well. Yeah, I worry about them. They had overall a great finish to the Super Weekend with that final game. But the lack of consistency is there for Dunak. It's been a good improvement from them, but they still need to do more. Rad, yeah, they know what they need to do. Triple D, out of the kind of like 11th to 16th, they're the only team I look at and go, yeah, they're all good. Happy days. 161 points in 15 games. That's pretty damn sensational. That's double of RTG.
11. Yeah, 11 point, 11 point average just under there for DDD Esports. And I would actually argue that even Dunak, likely to be safe. It's not confirmed as much, so I agree, as 963 above that 200 point mark. But I think Dunak, the consistency, at least that they've been showing in getting points through every single match that they've played, has finally brought to some fruit for them. They've got themselves up to the 12th position. Now they can sort of relax. At least if they're looking to get into the Super Weekend, they can get some more money on into the bag, as we said, but it's not completely over if they don't get it. It is over more likely though for, I think, as we say, 1 million esports, and also a reminder of RTG eSport KURDSQUAD as well, down there on 83 points, including our other two teams here in 17th and 18th, KURD12 and unfortunately the Mind Weapon UK, who out of 15 matches, only 57 points.
Yeah, it's it's a tough weekend for Mind Weapon iKURD. I don't want to say that I'm disappointed in them because I think that's kind of harsh, and it's the last words they need to be told to them. They gave us a lot to expect coming into this Super Weekend, based on how they performed in the league week. It does start to question whether their stronger performances in League Week was mainly down to the volatility of different groups playing and them taking advantage of it, which of course isn't a bad thing, but the Super Weekend games is where you do need to evolve, step up, and this was their first Super Weekend, but it's such a drastic change in points, in play style, and in just execution of plays. Any attempt that they looked to pull out were just absolutely, shut down or messed up or slipped up. It still makes it very interesting though, right? It still makes it very interesting, and it's not over yet for the Mind Weapon iKURD and the teams above them.
It's not over yet for them, but it's also not over yet for your chance to grab an Oppo Reno 6 series with the upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. You can see it down below in all its shining glory. I think also shining glory, though, based on the points this weekend, Imperium, to a final note of our other two teams, Headquarters and 4K Esports, because the way that the points have worked out. 3 of those teams still below 100 points. 1 team of 1 million esports there, still with a score that is beatable. So in theory, there's a chance if 1 million don't make it, some of these other teams don't make it, they have been under 100 points. There is a world in which, like DDD Esports, 4K Headquarters could get in to that finals later in March. But as we head into March, we're going to be jumping into our third week, and that third week of Super Weekends where everything will be decided with myself, Imperium, here on the desk alongside me like today, and also Zute as well, jumping us back on in for the third week. We'll see you all there, same time, same place, for more PMPL action.
I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BANPAN information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BANPAN information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG Mobile Security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.